and very much looking forward to taking another step forward tonight. Tonight we've got Finn Balor taking on Damian Priest. So Finn Balor against Damian Priest, that is going to be for the United States Championship. We've got that tonight. We've also going to find out who Edge is going to be facing at WrestleMania. So we should get his WrestleMania challenge answered. So we should get that tonight as well. Obviously, then we're going to find out a little bit more about Becky and Bianca. We're going to find out what is going on with Seth, Kevin Owens. I saw there was a little clip, and they'll probably play it tonight. There was a little clip from JBL. JBL put a little video out talking about how Texas doesn't want, doesn't need, doesn't like Kevin Owens, and I would imagine that they will kind of continue with, you know, that anti-Texas kind of approach that Kevin Owens has taken, which we believe is going to lead towards Stone Cold. So, yeah, we've got that. There's to be honest, there's not much in the way of a preview for tonight. There's not loads. Like, that is literally everything that WWE have announced. They have started to just send out some information kind of in this hour before. So there's every chance that whilst we're talking now, there'll be a few other bits and bobs that get sent out for us to talk about and kind of get our teeth into. But other than that, it's pretty much United States Championship match, Edge, challenge, and then just final touches for like everything else that is kind of already in place. So we are getting closer, of course. I mean, we are literally, a month or so away now from WrestleMania. Still no pay-per-view announced for March, which I find staggering. Although, apparently, there is a Madison Square Garden show on Saturday, but I don't believe that's being shown on the network. So, yeah, we've obviously got a bit of a build for that. The Madison Square Garden show will be a big, big deal. And it's already been mentioned quite a bit on TV. So, as we said, latest I've heard is that they're not going to be showing that. So, yeah, there is a big UFC show this weekend. So, perhaps they don't really want to be, like, going up against that or something. Maybe there's some cost to, like, transmitting it. Perhaps if you just run it as a show, then it would just be cheaper. So the fact that the UFC have got a massive show might be deterring, and I'm not too sure. James said, please, AJ, answer Edge's challenge. I swear, if I have to wait another week until I get Edge AJ face-to-face, I will jump out of my window, says Harley. Leeds United said, I'm checking. Will you watch the press conference between Tyson Fury and Dillian White tomorrow? It's not on my to-do list, to be honest. It's quite a long way off from that fight, isn't it? Isn't that fight till like April? Not on my to-do list. I've got UFC on Thursday, but no. No, I'm not looking to do that tomorrow. I can only stick around to 12:45 because I've got a stream to set up. Have fun, Ben. Dort Knight says, battery died. Sorry if I didn't get a chance to reply to anyone. Did you see the 2K22 roster? I didn't. No, I didn't. Let's have a look, shall we, and see... Let's click on this and see where we are. So, what WWE 2K roster has come out, has it? Is 2K22 roster. Every superstar that has been announced. Yes, let's have a look. More names planned for a DLC. Full roster and ratings announced. I want like a list. I'd like to have a look down a list. Here we go. Allow. Thanks. Jeez, it is long. I just want the legends, to be honest. I'm just looking here. It is long. I'm going to look to see out of this list who I care about, like legends-wise. Andre the Giant. Asuka, she's a legend. not really bothered by Batista. There's Big Boss Man. We've got Bret Hart. We've got China. We've got Diesel. I can't believe Dominic Mysterio's in the game. No one's going to play as him. We've got Farouk. We've got Hollywood Hogan. Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake is in the game. That's good. I like that. Jake the Snake's a good addition. Jerry the King Lawler. Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Kevin Nash. Obviously, like, Macho Man. The full roster pretty much is in there from, there's no point in going, is Roman Reigns in there? Of course he is. Mickey James is in there. $1 Million Man is in there. Papa Shango. Razor Ramon. That's nice. Ric Flair. Road Dogg Jesse James. Roddy Piper. Slapjack. Slapjack's in there. Tegan Knox is in there. The Rock is in there. Ultimate Warrior, Undertaker. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I'm not really blown away by that list. I was hoping for a load more legends. Perhaps they'll be in a downloadable thing, but just looking at this that was posted like a few hours ago, doesn't feel like there's been many more legends that have been added. We looked the other day, and I wasn't crazy about the legends. Like, I like the addition of Andre the Giant, and I don't remember seeing Jake the Snake, so he might be a new one that's been added. And I can't remember if Razor Ramon was in the game before either, so he might also be one that was added. But it's not dripping with legends. But then they've got like so many current stars. It is, I mean, you can't deny it is an impressive roster. It is rammed. I mean, I remember back in the day when you had about 4 to 6 wrestlers to choose from. Now we're into the hundreds. So, I mean, no criticism of the roster. For me personally, I'd be looking for the legends. I don't really care about, like, playing as, Drew Gulak. I'm not really bothered about that. I'm not bothered about playing as Angel Garza or Humberto Carrillo. I'm more interested in playing as Duke the Dumpster Droese or the Brooklyn Brawler or, one of the kind of the legends of yesteryear. So, can't say I'm really blown away by the latest additions. Matthew Breckshot said, today Raw is in Columbus, Ohio. That is Alexa Bliss's hometown. Matthew, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Wrestler with Andy said, Days, do you think Cody might be there tonight? He had a cryptic Instagram story post from earlier. I don't know. I don't really pay any attention to social media. I mean, in regards to them using that as a way to tease and whatever, we've seen it time after time after time. He could be here tonight. He might not be here tonight. I wouldn't change my mind based on like an Instagram story thing. That would do zero for me. Nothing at all. So there's a chance he'll be here. I mean, he's got to arrive at some point. And maybe because of Saudi Arabia, last week might have been a little bit too soon. So, yeah, there's a good chance. But I don't know that I would be like an Instagram story wouldn't change that percentage for me. Like, I'm just basing that on, we didn't see him last week. It's getting closer to WrestleMania. Maybe last week it was the case that they'd just got back from Saudi and they're still finalizing his look, his music. I should imagine a lot of it will be like the American Nightmare, to be honest. I'm really not expecting them to deviate from that, but there's obviously going to be a lot of fine details that need to be sorted out. So, let's see. I think there's a chance. I feel like it needs it as well. I feel like this WrestleMania build has not been the worst, actually. We've already had a fair bit happen. So this road to WrestleMania, I can't really complain about. I mean, it's we've had much worse. We've had roads to WrestleMania when pretty much nothing has happened, and people have just kind of shuffled into feuds for WrestleMania or become challengers for titles, and then we get to the WrestleMania, and there's very little build or very little excitement. Whereas this time around, I feel like there's been a few things, and obviously rumors of more to come. So yeah, I can't say it's been the worst, but I would definitely want to see Cody arriving sooner rather than later. Harley said there's rumors saying that Stone Cold might come back the week of 316 Day, which makes sense. That would be the week after the triple tag match. Gerard said a WWE Championship will be unveiled after WrestleMania. Dort Knight said Denmark take over in World Cup. Schmeichel in net. I'm putting 1,000 on them. What you do is keep saying he is on the show, and then you will be right when he turns up, says Owen. Can I get a shout out? What is your favourite pot noodle, says Roy. Shout out to you, Roy. I don't eat pot noodles. The only one I think I've ever had was a chicken and mushroom one that I don't even know why I had it, to be honest. I can't remember if there was a few that were bought once, but I had it. It was all right. We never had them again. So I'm not a pot noodle hater, but it's just not something that I've ever had. What is your schedule for football days? I don't see any streams set up. Schedule, we've got FA Cup games coming over the next 3 days. And then we've got Premier League action at the weekend. All the streams are set up, but set to private. So I just have to unprivate them. James said, hope you are well. Apparently Ricochet is in for a big push on SmackDown. I did read that he, apparently on internal documents, is like the second biggest babyface, which is pretty crazy. So, apparently it's there's a list, and it's got Drew as the big babyface, and then the second biggest babyface is Ricochet, which, I mean, it just shows what a mess SmackDown's in, to be honest. If Ricochet is meant to be their second biggest babyface, but then this goes all the way back to the draft. We saw the draft. We saw after the draft that it was unbalanced. And we asked the question, where are the big baby faces, the challenges for Roman? We've been able to kind of get through. We've been able to get through by using Seth from Raw and Goldberg. So, we've kind of been cobbling stuff together, really. But I would say, I mean, I don't know what happened with the draft, but I would say that was quite a mistake. The draft. I think they really got that wrong. I think they really, really got it wrong. Matthew says, Days, Thunder Rosa is one fierce young lady. Sure. We've been watching her since she was in NWA, and she's a great wrestler. So, yeah, you'll get no disagreements from me. Edwards says, I've managed to get some food. That's good. My stepdad's 6-month puppy died today. It jumped out of the window. God, you're not having a good day here, are you, Edward? Not having a good day at all. Dort Knight said, Days, what are the chances of Klopp being on Raw? None. Jamie said, Days, just think Vince is 76. Yes. Dylan says, hello. Miss Clown 1 says, boom. Brendan says, Hall of Famer Tammy Sitch arrested in New Jersey. Have they said what for? I heard that she was arrested again, but I don't know what she was arrested for. She is just a troublemaker. I think we've learnt that now. She is just a troublemaker. Primo said, Days, with PW Insider reporting Vince is high on Ricochet, do you think he wins the IC title and Knoxville versus Zayn has no title online. I think there's a chance of that. I mean, to be honest, I haven't heard any word as to what the Sammy Johnny match is meant to be. I had heard that it was believed it was going to be for the title, but I could totally believe that, Ricochet could take that belt. He could take that belt, and then, because Sammy and Johnny Knoxville doesn't need that title involved. Like, it doesn't make... I don't think wrestling fans want to see Johnny Knoxville competing. I don't think wrestling fans want to see Johnny Knoxville competing at all, but certainly not for the Intercontinental Championship. So I think it might be better to have it put onto Ricochet, maybe because Johnny Knoxville provides like a distraction. So maybe Johnny provides a distraction, and then that means that Ricochet can be champion. He's meant to be the second biggest babyface, so he can carry the Intercontinental Championship, and then, you can just do Sammy, Johnny Knoxville. I must say, this is a very celebrity kind of focused WrestleMania, which is very disappointing to me, because obviously, I'm not someone that likes celebrities being involved in matches. I have no problem with celebrities being at WrestleMania. I think it's good for WrestleMania to have celebrities there, but I have no interest in them being in the ring. I mean, it's just unfathomable to me as to why we keep doing this. Like, if UFC are putting on a big event, they will have celebrities, and do you know what they do? They show them sat in the crowd. That's how they use their celebrities. They give them free tickets, make sure they're there, and they make it seem like all the stars are out to watch these highly trained athletes. What they don't do is they don't turn around and go, "Oh, Megan Thee Stallion, do you fancy stepping in with Amanda Nunes?" Like, it's crazy that wrestling keeps doing this. Like, just have them there by all means. Like, it's great for wrestling. It totally makes sense, but don't have them in the ring. So, it's just a shame that this is how wrestling feels, that it's the only way that it can get press coverage. It has to do this, or it thinks it has to do this, so that it gets covered by the press. If it doesn't do this, then it doesn't get like that kind of promotion, that kind of press. And that is literally the only reason. That is the only reason. It gets covered in the press more if they step into the ring. If they were just sat in the crowd, no one would report it. If they do a little song, it'll get minimum kind of press coverage. If they step in the ring and actually fight against one of the wrestlers, then, it's a much, much, much bigger story, isn't it? So it's a shame. It's a shame. But, in all fairness, this is the way it's been go back to Andy Kaufman. How funny, right? How funny that Andy Kaufman, who was a comedian, and he was an actor on the program Taxi, he was, I think, Latka. He wanted to, do something in wrestling, and he had a few ideas, and he called up Vince McMahon's dad. And did you know that Vince McMahon's dad turned him down? Because he didn't want to have, comedians and people, in the actual wrestling matches. So he turned him down. And I think it was Bill Apter or someone said to Andy Kaufman, try Jerry Lawler instead down in Memphis. Try Jerry the King Lawler. So he called him up, and they ended up doing a program. They ended up doing something. And it was brilliant how they did it as well. It was absolutely brilliant. I still think he's probably the best celebrity appearance in a ring. I don't know if he'll ever be beaten, because he took it super serious. Well, he had fun with it, but he took it super seriously. And the story they told was that he would get into the ring and he would challenge the women to a match. So he would get into the ring and he would say, right, I am here. I'm the intergender champion. No woman in the world can beat me. Anyone can, you, madam, and he would pick someone. They would come in and he would beat them, right? In a wrestling match, he would beat them in the ring. And then he'd go around and the crowd hated him because he was just turning up, beating women, not beating them up, but pinning them, and, they couldn't beat him. And he was just getting this mad heel heat, man. This crazy heel heat, as he was just beating women. Like, obviously, the guys want to see him facing a guy. And he was pinning all these women and everything. And then eventually Jerry Lawler, the king of Memphis, was like, listen, stop picking on women. How about you face me? And the crowd are like, losing their minds because they know Jerry Lawler would kill him. And he was like, no, I'm not interested in facing you and all this. And it kind of built towards them having a match. But it was so cleverly done. And it was all like respectable, above boards. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. I mean, like, he got pile driven and he went to hospital. Like, he actually got into an ambulance, went to hospital. And there's pictures of him in hospital, in traction and everything, having his neck, dealt with because of Jerry Lawler delivering a pile driver. Oh, God, so good. So good. But this, you just don't get that anymore now that, you've got Bad Bunny just rocking up, hitting Canadian destroyers on everyone. It's just a different world, isn't it now? It's a different world. A worse world. That's what it is. A worse world. Elliot said, I think WWE is asking a lot to try and sell 170,000 tickets over 2 nights. They've sold about 55,000 for both. This will be a big final push for tickets. It is true. I mean, it is true. I don't know why they felt this was a clever thing to do. Like, why didn't they just go and rent a smaller stadium? Like, well, I'm sure there's stadiums out there that are like 50,000, maybe even 60,000. You could do a 60,000 seat stadium twice, and it's going to be a lovely size. I've got a feeling that isn't like Tampa's stadium about that. The one they did it last year. I've got a feeling that's about 60. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers stadium. You could have done that twice, and you'd have 120. To try and do like this extra 50-odd thousand. That's a lot. So I mean, it's panic. It's let's just throw everything at the flipping wall and see what sticks. It's just they lost their minds. Goddamn lost their minds. Have you ever watched Man on the Moon? I have, and I love it. And I don't know if you saw, but there was a follow-up. Well, not a follow-up, but there was another like documentary that was called Jim and Andy, and it's all about what Jim Carrey was like when he was filming that film. The Andy Kaufman was like really famous, and Jim Carrey was actually in a film all about him that's called Man on the Moon that Dortnight's talking about. And Jim Carrey really got into character, and he was Andy Kaufman. Really got into character, and they told like Andy Kaufman's story. And Jerry the King Lawler's in the film because obviously he was a big part of Andy's life. And honestly, he terrorized Jerry the King Lawler for some reason. Jim Carrey like acted like Andy Kaufman and Jerry the King Lawler like hated each other when in actual fact they were really good friends. And Jerry the King Lawler's like trying to explain to him like behind the scenes, not during the film, but like behind the scenes in catering and in their trailers, he's trying to explain like, we were good friends, me and Andy were good friends, why are you treating me this way? Why are you being so off with me? In real life he was being really off with him. And it's, if you've not seen the Jim and Andy documentary, it is fascinating. It is fascinating. Jim Carrey gets into the character of Andy Kaufman and doesn't get back out until the filming is over. Like, weeks and weeks and weeks he plays the part of Jim Carrey. They show you behind the scenes footage of him walking around just acting like Jim Carrey. Acting like Andy Kaufman, sorry. It's crazy. It is crazy. And there's a large part of that that's to do with Jerry the King Lawler and everything. So, yeah, it's a good shout. Man on the Moon, great film. Great film. And that documentary that came out a couple of years ago, I think it was on Netflix. Well worth watching. FS Club Fan says, happy Pancake Day. Happy Pancake Day. I'm surprised Jim Carrey versus Jerry Lawler never happened. Yeah, true. Hope you're well, Jim. I haven't seen the follow-up. I should give it a go. I'm guessing Jim lived the character like Daniel Day-Lewis would. Yeah, he did. He method acting, got into the role, and then just didn't get back out of it again. And the director just was pulling his hair out. The other actors were pulling their hair out. Jerry the King Lawler seemed to get like a good brunt of it. Like, and he's pleading with him, trying to explain, like, no, you've got this wrong. Me and Andy Kaufman were great friends, and Jim Carrey's not having any of it. And he's just in the role of Andy Kaufman, and he treats him awful. There's a bit where Jim Carrey goes up to Jerry Lawler's trailer, starts rocking it, puts his hand on the side and shouting at Jerry Lawler, and starts rocking the trailer. This is in real life. This isn't in the film. This is like as they're filming the film. He starts like rocking the trailer and everything. And it's worth a watch, man. It's worth a watch. I love this day so much because it is the Pancake Day, says FS Club fan. Days, where do you think Seth Rollins will fit into WrestleMania? Well, a lot of people think that it's going to be Cody. A lot of people think like him against Cody. But it could be... Well, I was going to say it could be him and Kevin. It really depends how much Stone Cold's going to do. I mean, I know there's talk of him doing a match, but is it a match? Is it that he's going to get physical and it's been like blown out of proportion? It could be that we end up getting Kevin Owens and Seth maybe going for tag titles, having doing something along those lines at WrestleMania, and then Stone Cold comes down and hits a stunner. I mean, I feel like, there's been so much talk of a match. I feel like Kevin Owens Stone Cold probably is a match. So that would then mean that Seth is free to, have a match of his own, which would likely be Cody. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky at the moment. We've still got plenty of questions that we need to answer. How are you? I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I bet you are begging Vince actually wrestles at WrestleMania. If Vince wrestles, he will automatically be number one. Listen, all I'm going to say about the Vince thing is all I've heard is that he's working a program. I have not seen it said anywhere that he's wrestling a match. So, I mean, look, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. If Dave has come out and said that he is going to wrestle a match and he will be wrestling, then fair play. I haven't seen that. I've only seen that he's working a program. Now, that can be interpreted in many different ways. Does not mean a match necessarily. Working a program could mean that, he's involved, in setting up, say, Austin Theory to have a match instead. So I wouldn't, the whole Vince having a match thing, I think, I expect Vince to be involved in the WrestleMania build, but to be honest, as of right now, I'm not expecting him to have a match. But I am expecting him to be involved in the build for WrestleMania. Tommy Lee Jones hated working with Jim Carrey on Batman Forever, says Forever Red. That's interesting. Fire Marshal Bill is my favorite Jim character, says Master Chief. I'm surprised that Jim Carrey didn't come and fight Jerry Lawler in WWE. I could see him coming down as Andy Kaufman. Him or Jerry throwing each other out of the Rumble. If Via does not come to Raw tonight, he will have tied Emelina for the longest wait in WWE history from vignette to debut. Brackets re-debut, says Jamie. MK Guna said, do you think Asuka will be the next big name out of the door after Creative have admitted they've got nothing for her? I honestly, I wouldn't think so. I think Vince rates her. I think that she seems to enjoy, working there. I think that if they don't have anything for her at the moment, then maybe that's understandable because they didn't quite know when she was coming back and they've had to move on with other programs. So I don't think that that's too big of an issue. I think it's just a timing thing. I think that what with her being out for so long, the same might be true of Bayley. Who knows? Same might be true when she comes back. That Creative might not have anything for her because obviously they have to focus on getting WrestleMania right, and they need to kind of make a call. At some point, you need to make a decision of, are these superstars going to be included? If they are, then likely they just go into the Battle Royal. If Asuka can make it back now, maybe she just goes into the WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal, and same for Bayley. So creatively, they might not have anything at the moment. I don't think that's too much of a problem. I don't want to see Rhea versus Nikki ASH again. Yeah, hopefully we don't, to be honest. Hopefully we don't. People are always rocking my trailer, says Miss Clown. I totally believe that. Daniel said, do you think WrestleMania this year could be a car crash at times? Brock versus Roman will be good. Same with Becky Bianca. Yeah, to be honest, my optimism has probably gone down for WrestleMania in the week following Super Showdown. My excitement for WrestleMania has definitely taken a hit. But I'm looking forward to a few matches still. But yeah, this was really shaping up to be something quite special. And I just think there's way too many celebrities on it. I think they're hot-shotting it. I think they're just trying desperately to get people's attention, the casual fans' attention. And they're desperately trying to just try and sell tickets however they can. But it's all to the sacrifice of a good wrestling show and a really fun wrestling show. I think Charlotte Ronda will be good. I think that Brock Roman, obviously, I'm intrigued by. I can't even remember the other matches. Becky Bianca will be decent. But really beyond that, as you said, Logan Paul being involved and Johnny Knoxville, and yeah, for me, it's too much. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the final card looks like. Toby, hello, shout out to you. Master Chief said, I'm not expecting an awesome show for Mania. My feeling is that it's going to be meh. WWE fan said no one wants Logan or Johnny. It's ridiculous, and it is getting annoying. I hate Johnny Knoxville having an Intercontinental title shot. I absolutely hate it, and I love Johnny, but not for the Intercontinental. Maybe they'll swerve, maybe it'll be a case that it won't end up going that way, and maybe Ricochet wins the title. You'll still get Sammy against... Johnny Knoxville, but maybe it won't be for the belt. I don't know. According to Dave, the match is scheduled. I think Theory will replace Vince. Interesting. I haven't seen that news. Starting to think I got back into wrestling at the wrong time. It's because it's at the Cowboys' house. Jerry probably wanted all of those celebrities. It's amazing how they don't have stuff for Asuka and they actually employees, but they do have stuff for Johnny and for Logan Paul. Yeah, but the thing with that is, I'm not going to defend it, but all I'm going to say is that is something they can plan. The thing with Asuka is, we don't quite know. She's been out for quite a while now with this injury. They might not have quite known her return date. There could have been setbacks. It might be that, it's just a case that they've already made a decision that, well, she's not part of our plans. She can't be. She's not going to come back till the week before or whatever. So, they've turned their attention to other things. And so by turning their attention to other things, that's where they've been able to find a plan for Johnny or find a plan for Logan. And that's why, someone like Asuka misses out. So I really wouldn't read too much into that. For me, that just feels like it's, for me, it would just feel like it is logistics. That's the word I was thinking of. Aaron said, do you live in Canada? No, I live in England. What time is it? It is coming up to 20 to 1 in the morning. WWE fan says, do we know who's hosting WrestleMania? No, there's been no announcements. My thought was that it would be Stone Cold. I fully expected Stone Cold. So I'm very surprised that he hasn't been announced, to be honest. So, but yeah, I fully expected it to be Stone Cold. They have nothing for Elias. In his case, I think they've had nothing for him for a long time, and it sounds like they never will. They should let him go and do what he wants elsewhere. Vince versus Cody would be a great story, if not a great match. I mean, honestly, Vince and Austin Theory against Cody was what I was hoping. I mean, we've said a few times that, like, you can only tell that story once. I mean, I completely agree with you. I completely agree. You can only tell that story once with Cody coming in. And the fact that he left and he started a rival company and all of that stuff. So, yeah, it's like, for me, him coming in and like disrupting things from the inside, I really like that. And I think, if Vince wants to stop him, then the person that he would probably trust to do that right now, or would want to do that right now, would be Austin Theory. So it kind of writes itself. It's a very easy story to tell. So I don't know. I don't think it's the story they want to tell, though. That's the only problem. I don't think that's the way they want to go. So, we'll see what they've got up their sleeves. We'll see what it is that they are going to do for WrestleMania. Because I don't think we're going to have to wait too long, to be honest. Imagine Triple H was okay. Cody against Triple H would have been crazy. I agree with that. Matthew says, how are you? Doing well. Do you watch the Arthur cartoon? It ends now. Season 25 is on TV. I don't watch it. I did when I was young. But I haven't seen it for many, 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 many years. Will we see Roman and Heyman tonight? I don't think so. Has Raw started? No, 20 minutes. WWE Jake, shout out to you. Days, how's your day? It was all right, thanks. If Cody comes out and then Triple H comes out, that'll be one of the biggest moments, says Big T. Yeah, that'll be great. I mean, there's no reason why you can't have a great back and forth promo between Triple H and Cody. There is no reason whatsoever. And then Triple H can be like, listen, I don't know if you heard, but my health isn't quite what it was. Otherwise, I would love to give you the beating of your life. Like, imagine Triple H saying that to Cody in the ring. Like, they have to do that. They have to do that. I need that. This is why we sit through a lot of nonsense for the good stuff, and seeing Triple H talking to Cody saying, after some of the stuff you've done in recent years, trust me, I would love nothing more than to give you the beating of your life. But I don't know if you've heard, but I've had health problems, and unfortunately, I'm not the man that's going to be able to do it, but there is someone that can, and then you throw over to whoever. I mean, it's you could have someone do it on behalf of Triple H. The great thing as well is that Triple H, we all know that he ran NXT. So, you could easily grab someone from NXT or someone that had been in NXT. You could grab Gunther. Imagine Gunther coming down. That'd be amazing. I'd take that match. Triple H saying, I can't give you the beating of the life that you deserve, but I've got someone that will do it for me. And then Imperium's music hits. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Be amazing. Have you seen Carmella is open to redoing Lita and Edge's scene with Corey Graves? Well, I can't imagine it's going to take too many times of mentioning that to Vince before it happens, to be honest. I should imagine Vince is getting it booked as we speak. Dork Knight said, what if Triple H was speaking to Cody but chose a champion to fight for him and then Undertaker's music comes on? Undertaker's done. I don't think Undertaker would come back. Well, I mean, it'd be brilliant if he would come back for that, but I wouldn't be burying Cody. I think Cody needs to win this first match. For me, he's got to win it. I understand the temptation would be there to have him lose and put him in his place, but I think having him win this first match is going to be important to show that this guy, he's back and it's not Stardust. I mean, don't forget, he was Stardust, and people need to be kind of introduced as to who Cody Rhodes is. Kind of giving him a loss in his first match would be a bad move. So I think whoever it is, he needs to get the win over. That would mean, sadly, if it was Gunther, he would have to beat Gunther. He would have to win that match. But what a match that would be! Like, that match would be insane. Gunther against Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania, like, with Gunther just chopping away, beating up Cody. Cody's chest just red raw, and marks all over it and everything. It'd be so good. So good, but Cody finds a way of getting the win. It'd be really good. Does Cody come back with his current AEW song? I really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I don't think it will be too different from American Nightmare. I don't think they're going to change all that much. It's all there, and I think he probably owns it. I don't think Tony Khan owns it. So the only thing is that Vince likes to own things, doesn't he? That's why he was Stardust, because Vince owns Stardust, and I don't think Vince would be able to own like Cody Rhodes. So I don't know. I think that you bring him in as Cody, you bring him in as the American Nightmare. Whether he's gonna stay that way long term, I don't know, but I think that you bring him in like that because that's how the wrestling fans know him, and you've got a ready-made story with AEW. I mean, you couldn't bring him in under a different name. You would have to give him like a nickname or something. Like, he would have to be known as something else, Cody Rhodes, aka something else, if Vince did go down that road. But I just think it's too difficult now with Cody to do it, to be honest. I think it's too difficult. So I'm expecting it to be like American Nightmare, but that will be a thorn in Vince's side because he does like to trademark the names and own the names and everything. What about Rock versus Edge? I mean, Rock apparently is busy this year, so I'm not expecting that to happen. On Raw, there is going to be a 2K22 trailer. Will they push Cody if he comes back? Raina, shout out to you. Will they push Cody if he comes back? I think so. I understand people saying, no, they'll bury him because they bury people. But they haven't really buried Goldberg. And, there's quite a few. Like, they didn't bury Jericho when he came over from, like, WCW. There's quite a few examples of people that have come in that have come from other companies that haven't been buried. Granted, there's examples of people that have been, but Cody is not going to be cheap. Like, they are paying money for Cody. So I think that they will have, they'll book him fine. I think Cody would want some sort of assurances anyway before coming in. And I think that, Sting, for example, Sting only lost at WrestleMania, not because they wanted to bury Sting. Sting lost at WrestleMania because the plan was it was going to be Triple H versus The Rock at WrestleMania 32. That was the plan. And so what they wanted to do is they wanted to have Triple H win so that he could then go on to face The Rock at WrestleMania 32 and even use beating Sting as a bit of a bragging thing. So, upset the fans, which it did, and then have The Rock basically, benefit from that. But the problem was Rock's schedule. I don't know if it changed or what happened, but we never got that match. So it just looks like Triple H took on Sting and Sting lost. But there's been interviews that have happened since that have kind of revealed what was meant to happen. And so, Sting was all right with it. Sting understood that it was part of a bigger story. So, these things happen. I mean, it's still one of my least favorite results in WWE history. If I could go back and change some results, that would definitely be one. I'd have Sting win at WrestleMania. But I think Cody will be all right, to be honest. I think he'll be all right. I think he's someone that, Vince is probably really pleased they've managed to get. I think it's a blow to AEW, and I think that he's probably costing quite a bit of money as well. So, obviously, there's people out there that think he will get buried. And what I can see happening is I could see a bit of both, to be honest. I could see us being sat here in 12 months' time and people going, well, it's not been, he's not champion. But then you could go, yeah, but he did win this match, and he has won that feud, and, they're using him, he's one of the top guys, is the same as Seth or the same as Kevin Owens. And people are like, yeah, but he's not champion. He's not the face of a brand. It's like, I'm not expecting that. But I am expecting him to be, right up there with Seth, Kevin Owens, Finn Balor, kind of around that ballpark. Not expecting him to be going after the 24/7 title or going after a mid-card belt. I'm expecting him to be near the top. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Harley said, I think Priest will go insane, cause a DQ, and when he's walking away, the red flashing lights with the heartbeats will appear. Matthew says, AEW is coming to Los Angeles and Ontario, California. How awesome is that? Have fun. It's good to see. That they're back on the road doing the rounds, and wrestling's kind of getting a little bit more back to where it was before pandemics hit and everything. So yeah, really good. Glad that you are live, says Edwards. Shout out to you, Edwards. Do you think Roman will win the unified title and be champion for 1,000 days? Do I think he will win? I hope so. I hope he wins. I think that Brock winning is something I'm not too interested in. I think Brock's fine for building towards WrestleMania. I think this face turn has actually gone surprisingly well. Brock is someone that a lot of people have really not liked. And I really didn't know how a face turn for Brock would be received. But it's so different and entertaining that it's worked. But I don't know. I don't know how long he's around for, to be honest. I think he's around for a bit, but I don't know if he's around full time for a bit. I've got a feeling we see him up to WrestleMania, and then that might be it, and then he'll come back for another pay-per-view, maybe Money in the Bank or SummerSlam, and then he'll do a bit of a program around that time. But yeah, I'm hoping it's that. I'm hoping that Roman wins, just because Roman's there week in, week out, and I just don't think Brock's going to be honest. I just think he's around for WrestleMania largely at the moment. But I feel like his contract is, longer than that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he went away after Mania and then, as I said, came back for SummerSlam and did a program and did something then. But I don't think putting the belts on him would be the right way forward for me. Jonathan said, what would you want Brock to do after WrestleMania? I think he'll go away. I think that, he's come in, he's getting paid a load of money. I think he's here to make WrestleMania massive, as big as it can be. I think that they're using a lot of the dates they've got on him now. I mean, we are seeing a lot of Brock Lesnar. So, they have got him all over the build to WrestleMania. I'd have to think that after WrestleMania, he's probably going to be inclined to have a bit of a break, take a bit of time off, I would think. And then, look at him coming back at Money in the Bank or SummerSlam, and who his opponent's going to be then, I really don't know. I mean, I don't know what the title pictures will look like then. It's going to be really, really difficult. I mean, there could even be, Gable Steveson could have started by then. I mean, Gable Stevenson's got to be coming soon. So, and I think Brock definitely would want to do something with Gable Steveson. I'm not saying have a match, but something. Because Brock years and years and years ago went to see Gable Steveson when he was at high school doing his wrestling. I think, was it high school, college, or whatever, however it works in America. And, in Minnesota. And he helped, show him some stuff, trained with him. He's known of Gable Steveson for a long time. Gable Stevenson's been on Brock's radar for 3-4 years, if not longer. So I think that now he's in WWE, I think Brock will want to work with him and help him. And, amazingly, Brock, who's just not a people person, I think will want to do that. So I'm looking forward to Gable Steveson coming in. I'm hoping that Brock does get involved somehow. Right, we've got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. Gable will be trash. He's going to be another overhyped mid-card jobber, says Vin. I am waiting for Brock Lesnar seasoning to come in the mail, says Jonathan. Wrestling Culture said, have you got a personal favorite wrestler right now? Personal favorite wrestler. I'll tell you the names that come to mind are Serena Deeb, Bryan Danielson, obviously Roman, Gunther. Those are the names that I'm thinking of. I'm just trying to think if there's anyone that's kind of caught the eye that I really enjoy watching that's maybe not quite as obvious. To be honest, no, those are the names. I'm trying to think if there's anyone on NXT. NXT 2.0 is where my head's at right now, and I'm going through a list. I tell you what, I do like that Wendy Chu, right? I have a love-hate relationship with her because she's the girl that wears the onesie and comes to the ring with a pillow, right? First of all, I do like things that are different, yeah? I do like things that are different. They get my attention, right? So she's got my attention. So straight away, brilliant. Same with Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy, as soon as I saw him, he got my attention. And I was like, okay, let's see what this guy's about. With her, I'm like, okay, let's see what this girl's about. Got my attention. I see ya, right? Plus, I think I love her facial expressions. I think she's a great entertainer. I think that she's very confident. She's got good delivery. Her promos are very clear, very impactful. She knows how to kind of deliver them. She's got, as I said, great facial expressions as well. She's got a good charisma to her as a result. And I think she's got some stuff going for her. I really do. But her gimmick, it divides opinion. She comes to the ring pretends to be tired, and she will come to the ring in a onesie with a pillow. She'll curl up in the corner, be asleep, pretend to be asleep, and then as soon as the bell starts, she'll kind of wander over and start having a match. But there's times in a match where she'll do stuff that for me is a bit silly, and that's the stuff where it goes too far. I just wish that when the bell rang, it was time for work. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind all the, I'm tired, I don't mind that. Again, it's a little relatable because when you go to work, sometimes you're tired. And, you know, as you're, like, going about your day, you're like, oh, a bit run down. She's just taken it to an extreme where, you know, she's got a job where all she has to do is have matches with people, and she doesn't need to get out of her onesie. She can take a pillow and she can have a little lie down. Like, I can go as far as to buying into that. But for me, it's like when the bell rings, that's when she's like, she needs to be focused and she needs to be ready to have like a match. Doesn't matter to me if she's wearing a onesie, a singlet, whatever, right? I'm not bothered. As long as she can wrestle in, and she can wrestle in it. There's, you know, she's done she's done some really impressive stuff. It doesn't seem to restrict her movement at all. So there's no, it might look weird, but it's not restrictive. So yeah, I've got a love-hate relationship with her because I see her, I'm interested in the gimmick, but then, like, it's just during the match, sometimes she goes too far. Like, sometimes she will literally, during a match, like, lie there and, like, have her eyes closed. And you're just like, I know it's, like, taunting. It's just really her way of, like, you know, kind of gesturing to the crowd. That's just her way of doing it, but just, it looks silly. It looks silly, so, yeah. She's not a favourite. I was just trying to think of, is there someone that's kind of on my radar? And I'm just, every time I watch NXT, I'm keeping an eye on her. I'm like, oh, please do this well. As soon as the bell rings, please just have a match. Because I really want to like her. She comes across as very likable. So, Cody promo, Triple H comes out, says my health isn't good. I've got someone that can fight for me, and it's Randy Orton, says Kane. That would be good. Chris said, is Cody coming tonight? I hope so. Channel name said, I like both Brock and Roman. After Mania, I hope they team up and then team with Drew, form a trio, and then wait for Cena to come back and form an alliance against them. Nando says Zoe Stark. I do like Zoe Stark. She's just out injured at the moment. She's been out injured for a while, unfortunately. But yeah, I do like Zoe Stark. Primo said Rampage's ratings have been declining since it premiered. Tony has tried at 10 and 7, then tried Saturday. Last week it was near 399,000. What do you think Tony should do? 399,000 was it? Wow, that's low. That's very low. What should Tony do? I think he needs to make it unmissable. He needs to make it feel different. It feels a bit stuffy. It feels a bit too much like AEW Dark or Elevation. Like, it's just, it's missable. It's skippable. You don't need to watch it. Like, there needs to be a reason to watch it. He is trying something at the moment, and what he's trying is he's trying no entrances. There's a lot of no entrances, and they just go straight into, you join and, the competitors are already in the ring. So I think what he needs to try is he needs to give it a different feel. That's going to be very difficult because of, the fact they film it in the same venues. I think that it would be good if it had, if it was in a different space and it was just had a different feel to it. Make it edgy, make it Attitude Era. It's Friday night. It's late on a Friday night. I don't know if you can make it Attitude Era vibe. Anything can happen, kind of a thing. Maybe have a few women that aren't wearing as much as what you might normally see. But again, you got to be careful because there's obviously a young demo. But I kind of think that, look, this is late on a Friday. That's when it's airing. And I kind of think that at that time slot, you're going to want something a bit edgy. And you're going to want something a little bit... I'm not saying the women wrestlers do that. I'm just saying, have some guys that don't have their tops on that are male models. Have some women models that are in bikinis or whatever. And do you know what I mean? Maybe turn the sex up a little bit. Turn the bad language up a little bit. Maybe get a bit edgy. Get a bit Attitude Era. Give people... You know, that's what you hear all the time, isn't it? I wish it was more like the Attitude Era. But the difference is this time you've got women that can have great matches and could be having great matches on the show. Absolutely would not be putting them in like bra and panty matches. I wouldn't be doing that. But, you know, however you could get to an Attitude Era type show for 1 hour a week, people would tune into it, I'm sure. But right now it just feels missable, skippable. Right, we are live, and Kevin Owens is coming out with a, is it known as a Stepson hat? Okay. He's introducing Seth. WWE programs are rated PG. Vince is not going to lose that, no. Okay, so Kevin Owens introduces Seth. Seth freaking Rollins. KO is wearing a dumb hat. Do you think SummerSlam will be in the UK this year? No. I think there could be a show in the UK, but I don't think it's going to be SummerSlam. I think, have they announced SummerSlam anyway? I think they might even have announced SummerSlam as being in, let's have a look. SummerSlam 2022. SummerSlam 2022 is going to be in Nashville on July 30th. So they've announced where SummerSlam's going to be. Are you excited for Revolution this week? Probably no more than a normal Dynamite, to be honest. I mean, I'm not really bothered about Hangman against Adam Cole. The dog collar match will be good. I am excited for that, yes. Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa, I think will be good, but it's going to be hard for them to top what they did last time. But that's the challenge, isn't it? Hopefully they've got, you know, some up their sleeve. They've got some plans, but it'll be very difficult for them to beat what they've done before. And then, honestly, I can't remember any other matches. So, we'll be doing the watch long for it. It's on Sunday. But I do think the main event is just really letting it down. You know, the first thing you should think of, really, is the main event. And the main event, Hangman against Adam Cole, just has got to be one of the worst booked, least engaging kind of championship matches in AEW pay-per-view history for me. People could disagree with that, but it's just it does nothing for me. Right, it's Kevin Owens' show. So Kevin Owens welcoming us to the Kevin Owens show. We've got Kevin and Seth, and there's 4 chairs. So there's going to be a triple threat match coming up. Neither one of us have got a place at WrestleMania yet. Kevin Owens says that they are the 2 biggest stars. And they're not at WrestleMania. He calls it a travesty. Raw is in my hometown, says Jeremy. Adam Cole Hangman really feels like no one cares, says Master Chief. Hangman versus an 11-year-old girl lookalike, says Shannon. I don't think I'm getting Revolution. Nothing excites me to pay $20, says Lister Jericho. I like the dog collar match. I do like that. Britt against Thunder, it will be good, I'm sure. No, I've no doubt that won't be a good match. I just think it's going to be really high. I think like the expectation for it is going to be so high. I just worry, how are they going to match it? I mean, I hope they can, and I hope they do. But it's going to be a challenge for them. It really is. Nothing will distract me. Okay, so Kevin Owens said nothing will distract me from helping to make us Raw Tag Team Champs next week. Not the people of Texas. He jumps on the hat. Why isn't Veer here already? Can't they get him away from the buffet table? It's a good buffet, though, apparently. It's very good catering. The ladder match looks good. Wardlow, Keith, Hobbs, Starks, Cassidy in it will probably the final person being a surprise, says Daniel. Okay, so Alpha Academy are making their way down. So Alpha Academy are heels. Seth and Kevin Owens are heels. So there's not really anyone to root for here. Here comes Alpha Academy. There is a third team involved in this, though. I forget who it is, though. Veer is All Elite. This is a weird start to Raw. We're starting Raw by focusing on the Raw Tag Team titles, which is interesting. I'm not saying it's the wrong way to start Raw. It's just a weird way to start Raw. They're bringing out Alpha Academy, heel versus heel, not original. Oh, Arcade Bro. Oh, they'll get a good pop. They'll get a great pop. Maybe, well, there we go then. Maybe that's why they're starting, because Arcade Bro are huge. So maybe that makes a bit more sense. Plus also, you know, Seth and Kevin Owens, so. Clearly there's going to be an 8-man tag tonight. Okay. Yeah, this is awful. Have you seen reports WWE are still planning to keep 2 separate brand titles after WrestleMania? I've not seen any reports, no. OVW has got a pay-per-view on Fight coming up, and it's got a scaffold match on it. Yeah, Harley, I've not seen any reports, but then I've not seen any reports that they're going to have just one title after WrestleMania. Having 2 titles after WrestleMania makes more sense. And I would imagine whoever wins them, I don't know if they're going to carry both belts for very long, if it's Brock or Roman, to be honest. Legend Killer, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Kevin Owens looked a bit off there. I don't think he was happy with something, says Salvador. Okay, Owens says to Alpha Academy, next Monday, those tag titles are coming home with us. The crowd are dead here. The crowd is dead. Have you heard about the Ricochet push? I've heard he's the second biggest babyface on SmackDown, yes. Boos from the crowd. Gable engaging them. And getting them to boo him. Talking has happened so far. Nothing more. The crowd are bored. Shola said, this isn't half bad. Don't know. Some kind of local thing that they're talking about. They're in Jacksonville. As for John Cena, could we see him again at SummerSlam? Don't know. I think there's a chance that he could do another match, but I don't know if it'll be at SummerSlam or even if there will be another match. He's doing his he's got that show, isn't he? She's probably taking up a lot of his time. We're coming after those tag titles because we need them to get to WrestleMania. Seth looks bored. Seth was just sitting in his chair like... AEW pay-per-view this weekend has got the best card in years, says Brian. Okay. After we beat you and take your tag titles, you can face us at WrestleMania. Chad Gable's turning into Dr. Evil. Whoo! Who made you get into wrestling? Who made me? I got into wrestling because my cousin. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Right, we are at commercial break. A great match for Mania. So much shooshing. WWE fan says, to be honest, this is funny. I've got school tomorrow. I'm nervous because I'm being bullied. I'm sorry to hear that, buds. So they need to be nervous. Don't let them bully you. Stand up for yourself. Bullies don't like it when you stand up for yourself. Zachary said that was great. A good opening, says Sean. Chad versus Kevin, I'm calling it, says WWE fan. What are we watching, says Salvador. Good start to the show that was, says David. This is a cringe fest, says McLean. The Young Bucks was outside WWE headquarters. Days Kevin Owens said, people think my disdain for Texas will distract me from winning the tag titles, but trust me, nothing will distract me from winning those tag titles next week. I heard. A very odd start to Raw. An awful start to Raw. I can see there's people that like it, but it was literally... The crowd were bored, and there was one bit where they said something, and the crowd, they said something about, like, the local area, and then that kind of woke the crowd up, and they started to, chant something. But it was only that, that got them, involved. And then it was just Chad Gable saying, shoosh. I mean, that was it. It was Chad Gable going, shoosh, shoosh, as they're trying to make that a thing, and it's written on their T-shirts. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind something like that if it had followed something of substance. but there just hasn't been anything. It's just like a really flat Kevin Owens show with two heel teams. Like, there's no one that I'm rooting for here. There's no like witty lines. There's nothing that's made the crowd go, ah. There's nothing like people. Honestly, the crowd are just sat in silence apart from when they got brought in. And even Seth at one point was sat in his chair like, yeah. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. I mean, we still got to get RK Bro out. But a weird start. A weird start to this show. And we've actually gone back and we're into a tag match. So, Alpha Academy. No RK Bro. It's just gone straight into Alpha Academy versus Seth and Kevin Owens. So, we're straight into our first match. I really thought we were going to go back and they would still be sat there and then they would bring out RK Bro. That's what I thought they was going to do. But it's not gone that way. Instead, we're straight into a match. So again, how weird. Heel team versus heel team. We couldn't just wait until next week. Bar on the show tonight, according to Sean Ross Sapp. T-bar on the show tonight. Next week is the triple threat. Right, Otis slamming Kevin Owens. Everyone knows Stone Cold is coming back for Mania to fave Kevin Owens, so this tag feud means nothing. What's the crowd to do? You can't really hold that against WWE though. If they've got a story they want to tell, like the fact that it's been spoiled that Stone Cold's going to have a match and all of this, I can't really blame WWE for that. Like they can't really pivot away from the story they're telling just because some news has like leaked. I get your point. I mean, it does go some way to explain, like, you know, we know that it's unlikely that Kevin Owens and Seth will be at WrestleMania as tag champs or fighting for those tag team championships. So again, you're right. It does make all of this like largely irrelevant. But I can't blame WWE for still carrying on with telling this story. It's not really their fault that story got out. Otis is with Seth on the outside of the ring. It's Wrestling 101. It should be face versus heel or face versus face. It's in a bad spot when there's no one to cheer for. Yeah, I know. You're absolutely right. And the first match on the show as well. I mean, what a flat open. So you come out with Kevin Owens and you come out with Seth. I mean, all right, that's fine. But if they're in a red-hot feud with some baby faces, surely the next people you bring out is RK Bro. I mean, surely the next people you bring out, if you've got heels in the ring, the next people you bring out to get the crowd going is surely RK Bro. Like, why would you bring out Alpha Academy next? And then, like, they do a little talking bit. The crowd's still not on board. And now it's led to a match between these two heel teams. And honestly, there's tumbleweed. I think they're having to chant, "Let's go Rollins." The crowd are having to now figure out who do they want to win. So there's a small "Let's go Rollins" chant. Oh, it's going up top. Jennifer, hello. I hope you are well. Hope we're all well. Raw has lost me with this opening. It's rubbish. And I think it will have lost a lot of people. Owens is in. Charges over. Gives a crotch chop. Kick to the midsection and Gable gets thrown out the ring. Steve, Austin won't be at WrestleMania. That's just speculation. It's not going to happen, says Noah. This chat could come up with quicker ways to make this match happen tonight that would have been better than this opening segment. Big splash by Kevin Owens. Darcy, hello. Right. Otis lays out Kevin Owens and we go to next commercial break. Alpha Academy says, Jessam, Shola's enjoying it. I hope we see Alexa Bliss in her hometown. John said, does Arcade Bro get the winners of this at WrestleMania? No, there's a triple threat next week. This match doesn't mean anything. I don't even know why it's happening. There's a triple threat next week for the title. This is just... it's filler. This is my first time watching Raw in 4 months. Well, I mean, Kenny said this is brutal. I think they chanted, let's start wrestling. William said, Days, LMK loves me. You were wrong. I'm sorry to inform you. I am just saying. Listen. Whatever is going on with you and LMK, that is between you. But, it was borderline stalking what I was seeing, William. I feel like Otis is Chad's bodyguards. This match needs to be 4 stars to balance out this show. Don't worry, Gunter has got a match tomorrow. James said LMK was destroyed on AEW Dark. I can never understand why they buy a ticket despite knowing how bad the show is and they don't make any noise. They must enjoy the product, otherwise why go? It doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, ask yourself this question. If Raw came to where you were, would you think of going? I would. If Raw was like, you know, down the road and I was free and I was with some mates, I would go. I would go knowing there's a very good chance that the show will be 6.5, 6.75, maybe a 7, right? Because week after week after week, it's just always in that kind of ballpark. And, you know, it can be even worse than that. Sometimes it's been better. More often than not, it's been worse. But I think you would go expecting it to be around that ballpark. That means there's going to be stuff that's you're not going to like. There's going to be stuff that you will. There'll be something, I'm sure. There'll be at least something. So I would go. And if nothing else, you get to see them in person. You know, you get to actually see them in person. You get to see the ring. You get to, go along, look at the merch. You know, there's a few reasons as to why you would want to go and have that experience. If you've got kids, it's a no-brainer. If you're with mates, it's a no-brainer. If you really enjoy the shows, it's a no-brainer. But if you were someone like myself, I score the shows most weeks about 6.5, 6.75, around that kind of area, yeah? There's still enough there for me to go. But I would be prepared that, you know, there's going to be parts of the show that just are not going to grab me. They're just not going to grab me. And I must admit, this Open just hasn't grabbed me, which I think is a real shame. I mean, you don't expect that from the Open. But it's a weird Open. It is a weird Open. I mean, it's how often do we start with a KO show, first of all? Then how often do you start with the tag team title picture? Then how often do you start with 2 heel teams? There's a lot about it that's a little bit weird. I really honestly don't know why this is not Kevin Owens and Seth against Arcade Bro. I don't get it. Unless there's been a problem, unless someone's injured, unless someone's ill, unless someone's late, unless they've had to call an audible and pull a switch, and then maybe it was meant to be. Maybe this was meant to be Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins against Arcade Bro, and they've had to switch it round. for some reason. I mean, you never know what's happening behind the scenes. So, John says, I understand what you're saying, but Seth Owens got cheered in the arena, but WWE cover it with boos. When do you think Randy will split with Riddle? Seth Owens got cheered in the arena, but WWE covers it with boos. Yeah, but Seth and Kevin Owens will be cheered because they're big stars. But that doesn't change the fact that they're heels. You know, I mean, in this situation, you know, you've got Kevin Owens who's laying into the people of Texas. You've got Seth Rollins who's been his kind of whatever he's been for a long, long time. Like, they're undeniably heel characters. If they got cheered because they're, you know, big stars, then, you know, that's understandable from the live crowd. But that doesn't change the fact that this is still a heel team against a heel team. And it's still, from a booking point of view, you know, really, really bizarre. And a really weird way to open the show. I know we keep going round in circles, but I can't get my head around it. Do you think Randy will split with Riddle? Do I think Randy will split with Riddle? Yeah. Yeah, there's a few people that think it'll be Riddle that will split and that will turn heel, but that would be more surprising. But to be honest, I mean, Randy is just a natural heel, isn't he? He's just, for me, is a natural heel. So I think that I think it will be Randy turning on Riddle. I think Riddle is this baby face that you know, hey Randy, kind of a little bit innocent, little bit. He's a little bit innocent. He's a little bit like, he's relatable. People have got a soft spot for him. I think if you beat up Riddle, you get nuclear heat straight away. People really like Riddle. So if you beat up Riddle, then you nuclear heat. Like sneak attack Riddle. People won't like it. So I think it will be Randy. Otis with a big splash on Kevin Owens. Gable going up. Moonsault. 1, 2. And Seth Rollins makes the save. Otis grabbing Seth, throwing him into the corner. Charging over. Kick to the side of the head. Otis goes down. Against the ropes goes Seth. Suicide dive to Otis. Roll up 1, 2. Kick out by Chad. Looking for a stunner. Couldn't get it. German suplex there by Chad. Chad grabbing the leg of Owens. Dragging him. Is he going for another moonsault, is he? He's going up top. Chad Gable. Big moonsault lands on his feet. Feels like it's the beginning of the end here. Buckle bomb to Gable. Stunner. Into a curb. And 1, 2, 3. There we go. Seth and Kevin Owens win. Harley says, a decent match. Alpha Academy are a good team that were actually trained to wrestle by the Performance Center. What a great tag move, says WWE Spiteful Woman. I know what you mean. I genuinely wouldn't go. I wouldn't waste my money. I don't go to the live tours anymore, and I used to go every year, says Planet Dan. So next week we've got RK Bro, Alpha Academy, and Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens, who will leave as champion next week. What will go down next week? Seth's music's playing. He's dancing away in the ring, and just waiting to see what our next part of the show is going to be. Amos. Just seeing a video package of Amos. So, video package for Amos. Is he next, or is it just a video package for him? Don't know what they're doing with it. I could see him maybe being in the Battle Royal. Maybe winning the Battle Royal. Did he win the Battle Royal last year? I can't even remember who won it last year. Oh, there's Amos. Because it wasn't on the show, was it? Who's he squaring up against? Yeah, it wasn't on the actual show, the Battle Royal. T-Bar. He's taking on T-Bar. So he's taking on T-Bar, and he said that he's going to dominate him in the ring. So Amos against T-Bar. It was Jey Uso last year, Braun Strowman the year before that. So maybe Amos then wins that this year. Right. Amos versus T-Bar. I'm calling it. Amos will be released by the end of the year, says Connor. Rice said, we want Brandy Rhodes. Brandy Rhodes. Brandy Rhodes. Absolutely. If there's one thing that's going to save this show, it's Brandy Rhodes. And I pretty much say that every show. I don't think there's ever been a wrestling show I've never said that about. I watch WrestleMania 17 and I think to myself, if there's one thing that will save this, it's Brandy Rhodes. She never appears. Lazy. Amos should have ripped the mic from his hand. Have you ever met any wrestlers? Yeah, I met Cesaro, Braun, Tyler Bate, Honky Tonk Man, Demolition, Daniel Bryan. I'm trying to think if there's any others. Kairi Sane. Natalia. That might be about it. I haven't met loads. But because obviously in the UK, there's not like loads of opportunities to meet wrestlers. They do tend to do little meet and greets every time they come over, but they're like, all over the country. So there'll be like 5 meet and greets, and one will be in Sheffield, one will be in Manchester, one will be in London, one will be in Birmingham. So it'll be, there'll be things like that. But they haven't done that for a few years because they haven't been over because of the pandemic. So, yeah, and to be honest, I always used to work, so I never used to be able to get to those meet and greets, which is a real shame. It'd be nice to see if they would come over and do any next time they come over. They tend to do a tour just after WrestleMania, and then they tend to do a tour. So there tends to be a tour around April, and there tends to be a tour around November in the UK. They always used to come twice a year, and they would do the April one was the big one because that was just after WrestleMania. The November one wasn't really as big, but I haven't heard if I don't think they're coming over. I don't think there's any tour lined up or anything yet. But can't be too far away, to be honest. The UK is pretty much fully open now, I think. Unless it's Russian. We're not letting Russians in at the moment. Well, we might let Russians in, but not their aeroplanes. Evan said, do you think Amos needs a manager? Yes, definitely. Amos is horrible. I don't want to see him anymore, says Johnny. John said, I hope Brandy picks a fight with Charlotte Flair and gets squashed. I want her to pick a fight with Ronda Rousey. They should start a new tradition at the Raw after WrestleMania. They should do a future endeavored battle royal, and the people that could get thrown over the top are the ones that are released, says Big T. Days, you have not met Daniel Bryan and Natalya. If you have, prove it. I can't prove the Daniel Bryan one because that was in 2008, and it was the story I've told a few times of when I was living in Birmingham and I walked past the hotel and there was a couple of coaches outside and a load of fans, and I thought, is this a boy band or something? And I looked and all the fans were wearing different wrestling shirts, and I was like, oh my God, this is the hotel they're staying in. I had never known what hotel they were staying in. And so I decided, it was a Sunday, I decided that I was going to wait around. So I did. So I waited around, and I must have waited for about 2 hours. I mean, I will admit there was times I was thinking, like, I've got other things that I need to be doing here. But I waited, and, you know, when you, like, commit to something, you know, I committed. And then I was like, oh, man, the more I waited, the more I was like, I can't leave now. As soon as I go, they'll walk out. As soon as I leave, they're going to walk out. So I was like, oh my God, they've got to come out eventually. The coaches are here. There's no other way that they can get to the coaches unless they walk. And then they started to come out. And it was the whole roster. The whole roster. About 2008, the whole roster came walking past me. And a few people came over. Cena came over. But there was a few kids. There was about three or four rows of people. And he was talking to the kids at the front, and then he jumped on. Few people like Dolph just went straight onto the coach. The only person that came over and spoke to everyone was Daniel Bryan. That's not a knock. I mean, Cena was great. He came over and he spoke to the kids in the front row. That was brilliant. R-Truth came over. He spoke to the kids in the front row. But Daniel Bryan came over and spoke to everyone. Like, spoke to the kids. He was then with the adults at the back. He was like, how you doing, mate? Nice to meet you. Thanks for, waiting and all this. He was great. I did get his autograph. Actually, think about it. This can't be 2008. It must have been about 2010. I did get his autograph. But I don't even know where that is now. And the Natalya one, that's in a toy hunt. Right, we are back, by the way. And we've got T-Bar in the corner. He's been hurled over there by Amos. Referee just checking if T-Bar is ready to get going. Amos charges over. T-Bar moves out the way. Clothesline. T-Bar gets turned inside out. T-Bar's a great wrestler. He can... I wonder if T-Bar will become the new Cesaro. I wonder if T-Bar will become the new kind of... works with the up-and-comers. There's probably a role on the roster for him because he's a great wrestler. And now that Cesaro has gone... when someone was coming to the main roster, they would work with Cesaro. And because he was a great wrestler and he could, show them the ropes, get a lot out of them. I wonder if they'll use Dominik Dijakovic for that. T-Bar kind of looks like Bane. What was the point to that match, says David. How come Cesaro left? They couldn't come to terms on his contract. So apparently WWE lowballed him. That's what I heard. WWE offered him like a really low amount of money. They were like, look, we want you to stay around, but this is what we're offering. And, apparently it was really low. And he felt that he could do better elsewhere, and got to respect that. Right, last week, Becky and Bianca Dominik Dijakovic could become the next Cesaro, not T-Bar. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we do move away from T-Bar. Amos is not good. The end. Dream match. Via versus Amos. Rai said, I hope Cesaro goes to New Japan. Dawson said, Amos winning the Andre Battle Royal. Shirley said, awful show so far. It's been rawful. Rawful. Right, we've got Doudrop and Nikki ASH backstage. What we got happening here, then? Six-woman tag match tonight. Here's Becky. So, Becky, Doudrop, and Nikki are on a team. I'm guessing Bianca, Rhea, and someone else will be their opponents. That's my favourite part of the show so far. My favourite part of the show so far is the three heels backstage talking about how they're going to win this six-woman tag match. And as soon as Becky stopped talking, Nikki was like, and the other two just walk away. She put her arm in for like this kind of solidarity shield-like moment. And Becky and Doudrop had already gone. And the great thing is that Nikki, because she like is a bit out of sync at the moment with the world, she was still like, yeah. See, she's coming out, she's getting booed. And she's still like, thank you. I do like that for Nikki. I do like her not quite picking up on the vibe. I do like that. It's just a little thing, but I do like it. Yep. Matthew says, Liv is wrestling today. She's the third man in this in the group. She's the third. She's been revealed as the third man. Bianca, Rhea, and Liv versus Doudrop, Becky, and Nikki. Boom. Liv Morgan, pop incoming. Team UK. Yeah. Two Scottish ladies and an Irish woman. Well, Becky's Irish. I don't think she's Northern Irish. So she's not UK. Creative needs some help. They are lost. Amos versus Brandy is a dream match, says Connor. There's a fine line between a numerator and a denominator. Only a fraction of the people will get this clean joke, says Coach Co. I met a bunch of wrestlers drunk at a gas station. No one big, just Triple H, Shawn, six-pack looking a venue. Don't know if any of them made it. What, you bumped into Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and X-Pac? Very cool. Very, very cool. I don't know how I'd feel about that. If I was in a bar and they came walking in or something, I mean, it'd be really exciting, but man, you'd think that they're going to be douches. Do you know what I mean? They always say don't meet your heroes, and like meeting Shawn Michaels in that kind of environment. Oh, I reckon he would have been a douche. Don't know. Maybe he would have been great. Who knows? Alexa Bliss is going to accept Edge's challenge. Just in case you didn't know, Charlotte, Ronda, Becky, Bianca, Logan, Miz, and Mysterios are all on night 1, and Brock Roman is on night 2. I did not know. Thank you. Days, can you imagine the reaction if Aubrey Edwards joined WWE and refed a Becky Lynch match and there was a 2? That's very good. A small black hole would be created just from the shock, from the shock of Aubrey doing this, looking at Becky as Becky's like doing it back. Like, that amount of shock in such a small space is actually very dangerous, very, very dangerous, and it could tear the fabric of our reality. So it's probably best that we keep them apart. In all fairness. Very good, though. Very good. Ric Flair was awesome meeting in a bar. We had a blast, says Rai. Imagine the United Kingdom became truly a united country. England, Ireland, Scotland, says channel name. This Jericho says Team British Isles, then. What's going on here? We've got Rhea and Liv. Liv's looking at Rhea's jacket. Tonight isn't going to be easy. What is our strategy? Brutality. Brutality is their strategy. If Becky tags into this match, let me have her, says Bianca. Okay. Rhea is going to be a star. They're acting like girls, says Lister Jericho. I met the Funkasaurus at a Toys R Us. Did you? Very nice. How is the fam? Haven't been able to come over. Hope they are all well, says Edwards. Edward, shout out to you as Rhea Ripley is making her way out. Here's Liv. I haven't heard that in her music before. It's got like a weird little watch me, watch me. Right, and here's Bianca. My dad told me he got drunk at a bar with the NWO. Very cool. I've got to imagine the NWO went to many a bar, so I just imagine there's... I can't see any reason why that wouldn't be true, to be honest. Okay, Bianca is making her way down. I am always creeping around, said Justin. Bianca and Rhea and Liv, yes. Do you think we get Bucks and Omega against Cole, Fish, and O'Reilly? I would think so, yes, at some point. TV Mike said I could see Nikki taking the pin. Derek said Rhea Ripley buried with that Ickle fist punch. Okay. Third match. This feels like a flipping go home. Third match in a row that means nothing. Third match in a row that means nothing. Two tag teams facing each other when they've got a triple threat for the title next week. Then we got Amos against T-Bar. Very hard to get excited for that. And now we've got a 6-woman tag Doesn't mean anything. It means momentum. Becky in the ring and Bianca in there. So we're going to start with Becky and Bianca, but Becky goes over and tags in Nikki. Matthew said, acknowledge Liv Morgan. I'm hoping that she'll pin Becky Lynch. Liv's in the ring. So we're starting off with Liv and Nikki ASH. There's a lot of fans of Liv Morgan. She's all right. She's fine. I mean, that's as far as I'm willing to go, to be honest. Took underneath by Liv. Step up in Scurry. And she tags in Bianca. What do you mean they want the momentum? They have to get momentum. It's true. It is true. Imagine if you had no momentum going into WrestleMania. How are you meant to win? How are you meant to win a match if you don't win 10 matches in a row before? That never meant anything. If Liv ever wins the championship, she will definitely be crying. Yes. Liv going up top. Crossbody on top of Becky, Doudrop, and Nikki ASH. Commercial break. Is this the only 6 women that are left on Raw? No. Where's Queen Zelina and Carmella? Are they SmackDown? They might even be SmackDown. I have no idea. I think what they are the women's tag champs, aren't they? Are there any challengers to those women's tag champs at the moment? A Cluck, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Lee said, Liv has got early Trish vibes to me. Jaden said, I read on Twitter that Carmella would be open to redo a live celebration. Yeah, we read it earlier, yeah. Tomorrow, Wep Idol, it is. Stream's set up. All good to go. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's just no... I'd love to be having fun with this show. I can't find it. I can't find any signs. I can't find any crowd members that look interesting or even interested. There's not really much to get your teeth into in regards to what you think they're doing there, or why do you think that's happening, or I can't find anything at the moment. I just can't find anything. Great seeing Bianca, Liv, and Rhea teaming. Good chemistry, says British Soundboard Pranks. Sasha and Naomi against Carmella and Zelina at WrestleMania, says Josie. Okay. Naomi and Sasha will probably go up against the tag champs. It was dumb to turn Apollo and Otis heels on the same night. I once met Rob Van Dam and Grado at a show. Ray was there, but I just missed him. Sasha and Naomi threw out a challenge for the women's tag titles. Where is Alexa? Don't know. There's maybe a chance that they only took her to Saudi Arabia, so they, so the fans there could see her, basically. I wonder if she wasn't meant to have come back or something. I don't know. I wonder if she wasn't meant to have come back, but they needed to bring her back to get her to go to Saudi Arabia. Don't know. I love making Liv stands angry, says Johnny. Right, we are going back to the action. Available now. Oh, yeah, that was on. I never saw all this. Anyone watch this? Any good? The Corey Graves Carmella show. Corey and Carmella. Kick out. It's a weird thing to put onto YouTube, isn't it? Very weird. How many? I mean, like, you can see how many views it's got and everything. I'm going to have a look now. It's 96,000 views. 96,000 views for episode 1. It's been up for 8 hours. 73,000 views. Episode 2's already up as well. They've got episode 1 and episode 2. Episode 1, 11 minutes long. Episode 2, 73 minutes long. It's a weird thing for them to put up on YouTube because they put up so much that it can easily get lost. How many views has their YouTube channel had? Their YouTube channel has had 66 billion views. That's incredible, isn't it? That is incredible. 66 billion. People are only Liv fans because she's good looking. Imagine if it was on the US network. Right, we've got Bianca in there with Becky. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that's kind of close. So, yeah, I mean, Asuka against Charlotte was put up. It's just a match from December the 11th from SmackDown. 14 minutes long, Asuka versus Charlotte. That got 65,000 views. That was 9 hours ago. And then Carmella and Corey, 96,000. Rey Mysterio versus Finlay, 90,000. That was 11 hours ago. Undertaker jams a pen into Brock Lesnar's hand. It was put up yesterday, 469,000 views. The best Bianca moments, 104,000. I don't think that's gone very well, to be honest, that launch. It's only been on for an hour. It feels like it's been 3, says Top Tier. Johnny said, I watched the Corey Carmella video. It was a little bit long. I wish it was a bit longer. Alexa posted a bunch of pictures from her bachelorette party. It might be where she's at still. The last match in my area, I cussed out Paul Bearer, and a different night, I exchanged words with Jake the Snake. Becky charging over to Bianca. Bianca making a tag for Rhea Ripley. Is Randy kissing Steph still the most watched? I'd imagine so. Yeah. By a long way. 297 million. 297 million, Randy making it personal with Triple H. Stunning in-ring proposals, 213 million. Rhea slamming down Becky, and big splash by Doudrop. Kick to the midsection by Nikki ASH. Becky is down. Nikki is dragging Becky over. She grabs the... She's getting herself in the right tiz. She charges over. So Nikki dragged Becky over. She was trying to grab the tag rope and then tag Becky, but she was getting herself so tangled. She got herself into a right state. She finally makes the tag, comes in. Bianca's in there. Becky grabs Bianca. Liv with a crossbody. Liv getting back in as Doudrop collides into Liv. Liv goes to the outside. Here's Rhea Ripley. Drop kick. Nikki ASH going up top. Crossbody by Nikki ASH. Here's Bianca. Slams down Nikki ASH to Becky grabbing Bianca's hair. Against the ropes goes Becky. She's getting whipped with the hair. Oh, she's really whipping her, man. Becky's selling that really well. So Bianca whipping Becky with her hair. And, I mean, that will mark. They were trying to show, like, Becky's stomach, and the marks hadn't come through yet. Oh, they're coming through now. Look at that, they're coming through. Yeah, I bet that does that. You've marked my beautiful body. Oof. Oof. That was good. That was good. Becky isn't selling anything. That's got to be painful as hell. Yeah. That has got to be painful as hell. That's a weapon. Becky says that's a weapon. So, Becky is on the entranceway. Some nasty-looking marks there, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine there'll be pictures that get put up on social media with that. That was nasty. Whip it. Whip it good. Yes. Great tune. None of the hair whips hit her, says Jilly. I think they did. That sound wasn't real. No, I think they added the sound. What do you think of Liv so far? She's fine. I really don't get the hysteria. I just don't get it. I think that she came up and she wasn't ready. I think she was pretty awful when she first came up with the Riot Squad. I think she's been on the main roster for quite a while now. I think she brings a lot of energy. I think that in ring she is solid. I think the best match I've seen her have was with Becky at, was it day one, earlier this year. I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of positives, but she always looks like she's going to cry, and her promos still need a lot of work. She's fine. But the mass hysteria of like, oh my god, it's Liv and all this kind. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Tommaso Ciampa on the show? Okay. Tommaso Ciampa. This is good. Tommaso. Boy said, good match. Liv did amazing. And the hair whip. I disagree. Liv is past ready. She's good in the ring, but not on the mic. Well, I don't think you're disagreeing, to be honest with me, because what I said is that when she got called up, she wasn't ready. So, but she's been on the main roster now, and she's much improved. So I'm not saying, I didn't say that she isn't ready now. When she got called up, she wasn't. She was still very young, and she hadn't done a great deal down in NXT. And to try and actually protect her, they put her in a group, and she would tag in, do a little bit, and then get back out again. But she's been around for on the main roster for a good few years now. I mean, I can't even remember what year it was that we had Absolution and the Riot Squad. But it's certainly been a number of years. And she's obviously been in a lot of house shows as well that we don't get to see. And her improvement is undeniable. Like, how she is now compared to how she was when she first came up is undeniable. But, yeah, her promos still need improving. LSW said, I'll give props to Liv. She was brought up early and managed to develop on the main roster, and there is still work to be done. Raw is picking up momentum. Let's hope that it can maintain it. British Soundboard Prank said, I just realised I only watch Raw for Bianca and Becky right now. I might call it a night. Considering Bianca won with the hair last year versus Sasha, I think they will have a rule in place where if she uses her hair, she gets disqualified. True Killer said, are you excited for Revolution? I've said earlier, I'm probably as excited for it as I am for a Dynamite. I think the main event is a bit weak. But I think the women's match, Britt is good against Thunder Rosa. And I think the dog collar is going to be really interesting as well. So, Vape Ross Vape said, I miss WWE Creative. Is Raw for Vince's 76 just no? I miss WWE. Creative is Rawful. Vince is 76. Just no. Hair versus hair match. Aaron said, would you cheer for me versus Dominic? Absolutely. Master Chief said, Liv is solid. I think they pair her with Alexa. They would be good tag champs together. Shola said, when is that AEW pay-per-view? It's on Sunday. It's on Sunday. Let me have a look and just see if there's anything else, because I can't even remember the matches. Revolution. Let's have a look. AEW Revolution. So we got UFC on Saturday and we got AEW on Sunday. Matches. There's 9 matches. Okay. Right. Hangman against Adam Cole, not crazy excited for, so no. CM Punk MJF, yes. Britt Baker Thunder Rosa, yes. Face of the Revolution ladder match, I've got to be honest, no. Just because I've seen quite a few of those, and they always are just spot fests. It is just always spot. It doesn't do it for me. So, I like Keith Lee, I like Wardlow. There could be some, it's got potential. I've seen enough of them for me to think, no. Jericho, Eddie Kingston, I forgot about that, yes. Bryan Danielson against Jon Moxley. I really like Danielson. Not a big fan of Moxley. Torn on it. Jurassic Express against Red Dragon versus To Be Determined. Oh, could that be the Hardy Boys? Jurassic Express versus Red Dragon versus To Be Determined. Could that be the Hardys? Have to see. AHF versus Darby Allin, Sting, Sammy Guevara. Strikes me as a dynamite match. Jade Cargill versus Ty Conti. No. So, what? 1, 2, 3. 3 matches I'm looking forward to out of the 9. The thingy match might be alright. The ladder match might be alright. I've just seen some of them before, and they're just spot fests. It's just not my thing. Here we go then. Tommaso against Robert Roode. Why would they change his theme? Changing old themes with generic crud. Perhaps they feel like this theme is a bit more main roster. Tommaso clothesline. Down goes Robert Roode. Tommaso knocks Ziggler's hat off. Strike coming in by Tommaso. I think the disappointing thing about that theme change is that it's not a good theme, new theme. I mean, I don't mind them changing the theme, but I don't want them to do it because I like the old theme, but you'd want them to change it for something good. Spinebuster by Roode. 1, 2, shoulder up by Tommaso. Kick coming in by Roode. So we've got Tommaso against Roode with Ziggler on the outside. Big chop coming in by Roode. Come on, Tommaso. Come on, Tommaso. Over in the corner. This crowd are quiet. I wish the crowd were into this. I wish the crowd were making some noise here. 1, 2. Shoulder up. This has been a quiet crowd anyway, though, in all fairness. It's not been a very vocal crowd. Goes for a knee. Double underhooks. Tommaso over the top. 1, 2. Kick out by Tommaso. That was a pin by Roode. Tommaso duck underneath. Knee strike to Ziggler. Oh. Rolls up Roode. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, it's all... Fans are quiet. Fans were quiet. Dead crowds. The only concern is that might reflect on Tommaso. You know, if you're Vince and you're looking at that and the crowd just aren't into it, it's not going to fill Vince with confidence, is it? Ciampa wins. Give me a mic right now. Here we go. Dolph's going onto the microphone. Tomorrow night on NXT. So tomorrow we got Braun and Tommaso against the Dirty Dogs. Booze maybe piped in. Maybe piped in. Everyone looks so flipping bored in the crowd. I cannot stress this enough. The crowd, oh my God, they look so bored. It's not even that they're just sat there. They just look like... It's like they're being held hostage. This is one of the worst crowds I've seen in a long time, actually. We're seeing a couple of weeks ago, Dana getting pinned by Reggie. I love this moment. And then last week, he laid down, she pinned him, and then he kicked out. Douche. And then she kissed him. And she got the 24/7 title, and then they ran away. The crowd look like I do when it's 24/7 segments. Here's Dana then. Here's Dana Brooke. I'll tell you what, I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see what some of these halftime scores are going to be. Mixed tag team match. Mixed tag team match. So, well, I'm guessing Dana and Reggie versus Tamina and Tozawa? Maybe? I'm just going to guess. Why is she still hanging around with Reggie after what he did? Don't understand. Why is she still hanging around with him? He was a douche. Did she just jump up a trampoline? Yeah. Must have been left over from Kalisto. How can they not know who Ciampa is? Will Gable Steveson debut at 38? They haven't said, to be honest. They haven't said. Is it me, or do I have a dirty mind? You've got a dirty mind. Definitely, it's you. The most devastating move in wrestling history. Roll up. Hey. Drew Killer said UFC 272 card is weak, heavily reliant on Masvidal Colby. It's kind of killed the hype. Do you agree? I mean, like, I do agree. There's a lot on the show for me. There's a lot of people that I'm looking forward to seeing, but that's just because, you know, we watch it week in, week out, and there's people that I'm interested in seeing how they're going to do and seeing the next step in their stories. But from a big come and watch this show kind of we've got this fight, we've got that fight, we've got this title on the line. There's very little. But there'll be enough. Saeed Nurmagomedov is on. He's undefeated. He's a great prospect. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him. You've got like Agapova, who I think is very interesting because she looked awesome. And then she suffered a massive upset loss. And now she's trying to get her career kind of back up and running again. Obviously, as you said, you've got that massive main event with Colby and Masvidal. But yeah, there's isn't Kevin Holland on the show as well? Kevin Holland taking on Alex Oliveira. Could be fun. That could be fun. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting fights, and I think the actual show is going to be great. But kind of nothing that's like, yeah, come and watch. Apart from, as you say, that main event. Ricochet should be the new Mysterio. Have you got an Instagram? I do. I just never use it. I used it for like the wrestling figure stuff that we were doing, but we just haven't had a chance to do much of that because of the pandemic. So my Instagram just kind of died. So probably need to restart it, revive it. Fiziev is out of the RD fight. Is he? With COVID, Islam RDA are now trying to get a fight sorted. Is that true? They're trying to get Islam for next week. If they do, that is big. Islam is a big star. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. Cancelled, yeah. Islam offers to step up against Dos Anjos for UFC 272. This is all, 3-4 hours ago. Tested positive for COVID, yeah. Wow. Man, that pay-per-view, which was struggling anyway, just lost its co-main event. Sucks to be Dana. Have you seen that Reckoning and Lucha House Party are in the new WWE game? Yeah, I'm not too surprised. They've been working on this for 2 years. So, you know, there's going to be people that are in the game that they now can't get out of the game. I mean, I don't know where it is, and it must be getting made now. It's got to be getting made. It's got to be actually being printed in order to get it, you know, printed, boxed, shipped, you know what I mean, like sorted. So there comes a point where you can't take someone out of the game. We are in Columbus. Are you streaming FA Cup games this week? Yes. I'm going to Forest Huddersfield, says Edward. Have fun. I think Veer will make his debut in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, says Corey. Right, Dana Brooke, Reggie against Tamina and Tozawa. This won't take long. This is not going to be a long match. Tozawa puts his hand out and goes to give a kiss. Tamina getting into the ring. Tozawa just staring at Tamina. I can imagine Vince finding Tozawa really, really funny. Right. Reggie and Dana. Dana giving her belt to the ref. Let's go. Dana locking up with Tamina. Tamina with a knee to the midsection. It's kind of nice to see Dana on the show. Tamina going over to the corner. Dana. Nice. There's 36 released wrestlers in the game in total. You could have a released wrestler Royal Rumble. Adam said FA Cup 5th round starts in 14 hours. With Man City away to Peterborough. I just watched Carmella and Corey. I give it 6.5, says FS Club fan. Right said, looks like a lot of kids in the crowd. Tozawa. Kick to the midsection. Well, you'd imagine kids would be vocal. There's not too many kids that would go to shows and stay quiet. Drop kick by Reggie. I've not got Twitter. I was wanting to show you create a wrestler I made. It's called Randy Candy. Sounds fun. Tony said, bored people everywhere. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was by Reggie. He does like a flip and he seemed to land on the neck of Tozawa. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. From Reggie. I don't even know if they're going to show a replay of it. I hope Tozawa's okay. Dana kissing Reggie. Byron said something special is happening. Oh, okay, he's all right. She's just grabbed him. Is she going to kiss him? She does kiss him. Tamina kisses Tozawa. Reggie and Dana Brooke are fanning Tozawa. Someone get Carmella out here so we can show him how it's done, says Corey. Someone get... Could you imagine if Carmella just came running out now? Right, we've got Street Profits. Islam and RDA were meant to fight on Fight Island, so I can see why they both want one another. As I said, Islam's still in Vegas. I hope it'll be good. Right, Street Profits. They're taking on RK Bro. So we've had two heel teams go up against each other, and then later in the same show, we're going to have two face teams going up against each other. Okay, so it's just an interview with Street Profits. Wrestle with Andy said, "This is the greatest night in the history of our sport." It really is. It really is the greatest. A lot of people are saying that this is a bigger show than the first WrestleMania. I wonder if this will beat the ratings record. Wow, if it wasn't before, it will now, because Dominic Mysterio is coming out. Yeah! Yes. 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 Dominic. 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 Finally, some proper wrestling. Dominic and Ray here to chase the boredom away. Dom and Ray. Who are they taking on? Who are you facing? They are facing the Hurt Business, and they are called the Hurt Business, are they? The Hurt Business? Okay. Future World Champion, the GOAT is here. The GOAT. Street Profits want the smoke. They always want the smoke. I hope they find it one day. I hope they find that smoke. They should go on Lost, the TV show. There was lots of smoke there. Here we go, look. Showcase. Relive pivotal moments of the legendary 20-year career of Rey Mysterio. There we go. All hail King Dom. King Dom. Corey Graves' comment was the best part of the show. Have we got 4 tag matches tonight? WTF is this show? Yeah. Halftime scores. Everybody watch your halftime scores. Everybody get your halftime scores in so we can see your halftime scores. Everybody watch your halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Why don't you show me? Here we go. Get them in, guys. Get them in. Get them in. Get them in. Here we go. Look, Austin straight in with a big 4. Brendan with a 9.7. Oh. Brendan's normally 10 out of 10, but not today. 9.7. That's how bad this show is. 3.75 from LS Dub. 2. 3.75. 4. 5. 3.25. 2. 3.5. 3. 4. 4. 3.5. 1.5. 2.5. 4. 6.5 from David. 4 from Sonny. 4 from Justin. 3.25. 2. 3.7. 4. 3.5. 4 minus 1. 10 out of 10 from Bananas and Grapes. 10 out of 10. It could not be improved. Don't even try. Don't even try to improve this show. It's impossible. Can't be done. Can't be done. Some of the greatest minds in the world are trying to figure out how they could make this show better, and all it keeps coming back with, the supercomputers that are trying to make this show better, and they're breaking. They're breaking. There's smoke coming out the sides of the supercomputers. They can't figure out how to make this any better. As close to perfect as mankind will ever get. Tony says negative millions. Espen said, I'm feeling generous, 1.75. FS Club fan said, I'm sorry, but I have to be drunk to love WWE shows now. Justin said, this show is awful. Ledge Killer says 4. Shakeem said 100 out of 1,000. The 10 out of 10 ratings are the only ones that Vince hears. God damn, they love it. Zachary said -10 out of -10. If I was in creative, it would be the best, says L. Siney. 3.5 says Jay. 6.3 says Robs. 200 out of 200. It's just brilliant. It's brilliant. NASA couldn't fix this show. It's not possible. Building a rocket, going to Mars and all this kind of stuff, easy. Making this show better, they don't want that smoke. Has Edge come out? No. Tony Khan watching this would probably put his feet up and wouldn't stop laughing. Yeah, but the sad thing is, this will beat Dynamite in the rating. I think I can safely predict this show will get a bigger rating than Dynamite and Rampage added together. How about that? Be interesting to see if it does, actually, but Dynamite and Rampage added together. I don't know what to do in 2K22. Have fun. That's what you should do. Demo Nick Mysterio, said Robs. Very good. Very good. Very good. Right, Mysterios are in the ring. So Mysterio's in the ring, and we're waiting for Hurt Business. Are we waiting for Hurt Business? What are we doing? Oh, we're looking at last week with Miz. Oh, yeah, they've got to face Logan Paul, haven't they? God. Logan Paul. We've still got Cody and Stone Cold tonight for sure. In all fairness, if they bring Cody out on this show, that is the only thing we will remember about this show. So they can absolutely save this show, but it's going to need Cody. Right. Let's see what Ray has got to say about Logan. If Priest turns heel tonight, it might be the biggest since Roman, says channel name. Be honest, why do you not like Dominic? He's a decent fighter. What's wrong with him? I'm just wondering. Well, for me, Dominic is not really very engaging. I think he's got the charisma of a milkshake. There's nothing about him that I find interesting. I think he's got a pretty bad physique for someone of his size and someone that's a professional wrestler and someone of his age as well. I mean, this is not a kid. You know, there are people his age in this company that look a lot better than what he does. In ring, he's fine. He's pretty crisp and clean, but he's no better than people that are down in NXT. He's not some kind of generational talent. What he is Rey Mysterio's son. So, you know, the thing with Dominic was that you you gave him your support at the start because he's Ray's son, but then there has to be some character development. There has to be some good creative. There has to be a reason to kind of care. And actually, all's creative has done is just put him out there and expose that he's just nothing special. That's what creative has done. The WWE creative has only achieved in highlighting that Dominic is just very average and very boring. Like, they could have helped him a lot. There could have been some really engaging storylines that we could have done. But they just haven't. Really, since the eye thing with Ray, where he was trying to stand up for his dad and everything, there's not been much since then for him. And it's just week after week he comes out on the show and he's just so dull. It's hard to know why anyone would enjoy him, to be honest. Miz has come out, so still no sign of the Hurt Business here. Miz has come out. Dominic doesn't belong on Raw or SmackDown. He's only there because he's Ray's son. He's okay, but that is it. I don't think Dominic's got a charismatic bone in his body. I know. But that's fine. Just put him in a mask. I would love a WWE Dominic made milkshake. They're just missing opportunities everywhere, aren't they? Do you want to see the brand split ends? Not really. I think that, having Roman on both shows would be a problem because it would overexpose him. Like, I don't quite know what would be positive that would come out of the brand split ending. If the brand split ends, then you're just going to get more Roman, more, say, Becky and Ronda, more Brock. But I think it's better to just see them once a week and have time for other people. The brand split isn't the problem. It's the fact they can't write engaging stories. Right, so we've got Miz just going off at the moment about Logan Paul. Logan will attack from behind. Okay. Miz said, I heard some cheers. You were cheering? I think I'm getting the respect I deserve. You suck. Is that the chant? When my hand goes up, your mouth goes shush. So, Miz getting the biggest reaction out of this crowd tonight. Do you want to watch the Mysterios in the ring? Of course you do, says Miz. Do you want them to be champions? No. I never felt so bad for a crowd as I do now. I pity them. I don't pity them. I think they're not helping themselves. Listen, they did not pop for Tommaso Ciampa, right? Tommaso needed this crowd. This crowd should have forced themselves to be, like, cheering. If I was there, I'd have been like, Tommaso, Tommaso, Tommaso. Ciampa's gonna kill you. Ciampa's gonna... Come on, everyone. Ciampa's gonna kill you. Instead, all it was... Honestly, I think about 80% of this crowd are on a drip. I think there's like nurses tending to them, making sure that they're all comfortable. They're in like comatose states. Here's the Hurt Business coming out. Miz is one of the best heels. He's very good. He absolutely got the biggest reaction out of this crowd. People excuse Dominic, but constantly come at Charlotte Flair that delivers every time, says Nando. When do you think Seth will turn face? No idea. We don't know what his plans are for WrestleMania. I mean, Cody would seem the most logical way forward. So, I mean, I can't see it being until after WrestleMania. Are you enjoying the show so far? No. No. I wish I could, like, say yes or find a positive spin. But I honestly think the worst shows are the ones that are boring. Like, if this show was, like, bad and they were doing stuff that was just really bad, at least we could then, you know, like Bobby Lashley's sisters. Yeah? Or Bayley, This Is Your Life. Or the Old Day segment with the New Day. You know, like some of those classic rubbish segments from the past. At least we could have some fun with it. At least we could be like, you know, who thought this was a good idea? What's he doing now? Like, at least you could be like, having some fun. It is just pointless tag match after pointless tag match. It's just, there is no need to watch this show. Has anything actually happened tonight? This feels like a show that is here to just kill time. It's like, it feels like tonight is an inconvenience for WWE. And so what they've done is they've given us a house show. That's what it feels like. It's like, oh God, do you know what we haven't done? What? We haven't written Raw. What do you mean? What do you mean? You haven't written Raw. It slipped my mind. I haven't written Raw. What do you mean you haven't written Raw? We go live in an hour. What am I like, eh? What am I like? What are we going to do? Should we just give him a house show? Can't give him a house show. It's just pointless tag matches. They won't mind. Give him a house show. We've got to do the US title main event anyway. So they're going to get a title match. They'll be fine. Come on, they'll be fine. They've seen worse. They'll be fine. Just give them the house show. That is where we are. That is tonight's show. If that conversation might have logistically, actually, realistically happened backstage. We've forgotten to write Raw. It's all right, don't worry. We've got Dominic Mysterio. So, yeah. I would take bads over boring any day of the week. Where's Alexa? I don't know. I think someone said earlier that she might be on a bachelorette party or something. I don't know. Outside of the 24/7 segment and the abundance of tag matches, Raw has been decent. How do you feel about the show? It's been rubbish. Matches have not mattered. You know, a 6-woman tag match. What does it matter? What does it mean? The hair whip moment was nice. But what that's not, you know, I would tune in for that 6-woman tag match. Like, that's a house show match to me. That's the kind of thing that, you know, you would go to watch at a house show. It doesn't mean nothing. It ain't going to further any story along. But this is Raw. This is like, things are meant to happen here. I mean, all that happened in that match was the hair whip. I mean, it was fast-paced. But I don't know. I mean, maybe my expectations are too high for Raw these days. I just don't know. I just don't know. I mean, where's the stories? Where's the twists and turns? Where's the filmed vignettes? Where's the swerves? Where's the character development? Where's anything? Where is anything? I mean, it's rubbish. It's rubbish. I just can't word it any other way. It's rubbish. Anyone could book this show. Anyone could put this together. You could get a 5-year-old child to put this show together. This is no worse than what a 5-year-old would come up with. I've really seen nothing creative here. It's just void of creativity. It's void of relevancy. There's nothing that's furthering anything. It's a house show. It's a house show. Let's switch it, though, and let's talk about positives because, you know, I think it's going to be really easy to just stay in, the negatives. The hair whip was good. I'm going to write down the positives in case I forget them. So, the hair whip was good. I am writing them down because someone will be like, someone will ask me, name some good stuff, and I won't be able to remember. Hair whip, I liked it. End of the match. Match was pointless. But I like the hair whip. I liked Nikki when she was backstage and she put her fist out to try and get everyone to put their fists in. And I mean, it's just a little moment, but I liked it. I like Dana Brooke. I don't know why she's with Reggie, but she kissed him. So does that mean there's there's some sort of feeling there, or I don't really know. But he was a douche to her, and in fact, she said that she didn't feel that way. She friend-zoned him, and so he pinned her. Fast forward to 2 weeks later, she's kissing him. So, I don't really know. But as I said, I will take weird, even borderline bad segments over boring ones. So I'll take the 24/7 nonsense, but it is nonsense. Dana kissed him again. I can't think of anything else. We'll see. There's 1 hour 10, and we've still got Finn Balor against Damian Priest. Hopefully AJ being revealed as Edge's opponent will be good, says Rashawn. Typical women changing their mind. That's it, James. You tell them women. Typical women. James Chadwick says, typical. In my mind, he spatters after that as well. In my mind, he went, typical women. Changing their minds. I think that's how he said it. Alexa Bliss is away at a bachelorette party. Has Edge happened? No, not yet. Weird Raw tonight, says Money M Dub. Miz promo was all right. Yeah, I agree with that. Roll up by... and I suppose it was nice seeing Tommaso. You know, good to see Tommaso, and Tommaso won. That builds up tomorrow. So, I'll give him that. Okay, Hurt Business win. My vision is Liv is winning Money in the Bank ladder match. Hurt Business win. The lesson is you have to treat them mean to keep them keen. Is that the lesson? Is that what WWE are teaching us? Guys, it's so important. You need to remember this. You've got to treat women mean. That is apparently the lesson that WWE are teaching us today. So, Miz is in the crowd. There's Riddle. He's colouring in his colouring book. So Riddle is colouring in his colouring book. Have you seen Corey and Carmella's new show? No. No, we did look at it. It's had about 100,000 views. It might have gone up a bit. I mean, it got mentioned tonight. Let's have a look, actually. Oh, Randy. Oh, Randy. Yeah. Randy said we are going to win back those tag team titles next week. 103,000 views now for Corey and Carmella. So it jumped up about 10,000. Right, RK Bro making their way out. I heard Madcap might be getting a use soon. Madcap Moss. They're using him already, aren't they? He's been in a bit of a feud with Drew. Right. RK Bro versus Street Profits. Another tag match. On Select, it says Edge promo main event, meaning you've got to wait till the end of the show for something exciting. Well, yeah, the US title match. I'm looking forward to that. I wish I was doing a colouring book, says Michael. A push. Oh. Excited. Alexa Bliss backstage, says Raki. So many tag matches tonight. A lot of tag matches tonight. I feel like I'm watching New Japan. I don't. Right, commercial break. Buds, you just made the list. Not even a mention of Veer. Oh, my God. Not even a mention of Veer. They did tweet one out, actually. So he's been mentioned on social media, but unacceptable. Tag Team Mania. This show is so bad. It's Mania season, and this is what we get. No, Brock to hype up his WrestleMania match with Roman is the reason why this episode of Raw is not good, says Anthony. Can Finn actually win a match? We'll find out. New Japan have too many tag matches. This is amazing for Corey and Carmella. Congratulations to them. Plot twist. Alexa is the one actually accepting Edge's challenge. Not that it would make the show much better, but do you think we could see a Priest heel turn to maybe try and save this show? I mean, look, that would at least give us something. At least then there would have been, like, something that would have happened. So I don't think that will happen, but I'd be down for it. This kind of 50-50 thing isn't working for me. I think split personalities are really interesting, but I think needs to be explored, like, with Bray. Like that. It's such a complex thing that I feel like you really have to spend some time showing the light and the shade, and, like, really exploring why that there's this split personality thing. For Damian Priest to not have this problem, and then 1 week just all of a sudden now he's got a split personality, is the Damian side in him, and all of this, like, it's too weak. It's way too weak. Unless they're gonna actually, like, show some vignettes, sit down interviews. It'd be a really good thing, like, sit down interview. Like, do you remember when JR did them with Mankind? Like, you could do something like that with Damian Priest. Obviously not with JR now, but you could do something similar, maybe with Michael Cole. Like, sit down backstage interviews, a series of them exploring, why is Damian Priest like this? When did it start? How did it start? How long has he had it? How does he feel when he starts to change? And I don't know. I mean, I just feel like you need to explore it a bit more. And they haven't, so it's just not really working. So if you kind of abandon it and just make him full heel, I wouldn't be down on that at all. The Phenom, The Undertaker, The Dead Man. I hope that, and I love for Finn to somehow win the belt tonight, and then Priest goes full rage mode, turns heel by attacking Finn after the match, and end the show like that, possibly. Priest versus Balor for the US title. RK Bro losing now. Randy turning on Riddle. No, not this week, because they are in the tag match next week. They've got a shot at the tag titles next week. Who is that dude? There's a dude in the crowd. Oh, I think he's got a mask on. It was really weird. They showed a dude. They showed the commentators, right? And in the background, there is a guy wearing a referee shirt, some sort of, like, jacket with beads all down it or something, and, like, a mask. And everyone was sat down apart from this dude that was kind of standing there. And I was like, who's that? Is that, like, a new wrestler or something? But I think it was just a dude in the crowd. We're backstage with Queen Zelina and Carmella. There we go. If you think all we do is talk about sex, wait until you see how we celebrate, honey. It is gonna go that way, isn't it? They're gonna do the sex celebration Edge Lita thing. Simps of the world, rejoice! Right now, there's a load of, like, 13, 14-year-olds that just went like this. Double checking that whatever Raw that's going to be, and they've definitely got it. They're able to watch it. Going up to their parents right now going, right, we've definitely, tell me the truth, we've got USA Network until at least May, yeah? Listen, you're not listening to me. We've got USA Network till May. Yeah? You're sure of that? It's not going to get shut down, no? We're covered. We've definitely got it, yeah? Yeah, we've got it. Why? What are you so desperate to? It doesn't matter what I want to watch, Dad. It doesn't matter. I just need to know we've got the USA Network till May. Stop asking questions, yeah? I hate you. Because you know what kids are like. So, yeah, WWE OnlyFans. How are they going to do that on a flipping PG product? What's a PG sex celebration look like? Is Carmella going to pat his head or something? Like that? Grab his cheek? What's a PG sex celebration? I mean, do I want to see it? Sure. Sure. Not because I'm a perv. Just because I want to know, how are you going to do a PG sex celebration? That's what I want to know. Edge and Lita, please. Man, I am going to be... John. Miss Count is someone showing their bare necessities. Riddle has got the smoke for everyone. I love WWE for doing that segment, says John. Thank you, Vince. Well, she already comes out half naked. They can't do much more apart from have a bed in there. I mean, it's just going to be exactly the same. I mean, like, Carmella will come out wearing what she normally wears. Would they dare to go any riskier than that? I'm not saying, like, less clothes, but, I mean, would they dare to actually, instead of her wearing wrestling gear, put her in her underwear? And then there'll be a bed. They'll get in bed. You ain't going to see anything, of course. Because there's going to be kids in the crowd. Someone will come down, interrupt it. If they hold hands, that's it. I switch off. Yeah. Has AJ showed up? No. I don't know what it is, but Comedy Central runs infomercials for sex toys late at night, says John. What has that got to do with Raw? What's that got to do with Raw? Surely that's going to be a different channel and a way later time. And a different demographic as well. What is going on? We've got RK Bro against Street Profits in a match that means flipping nothing. Harley said, I'm very interested in Corey Carmella. I might watch now. You want to know what will help ratings? A full on what are you doing step bro situation. Is Green Shirt Guy in the crowd now? Ivory is going to stop the sex celebration. What, right to censor with the sirens and everything. Have you watched Women of Wrestling? No. There is another championship match on Friday. Usos against the Viking Raiders and Sammy versus Ricochet. Going to commercial break. Two windmills are standing on a wind farm. One asks, what's your favourite kind of music? The other replies, I'm a big metal fan. That's nice. That's good. That's my favourite in a while, that one. I like that one. Same corporation owns both USA Network and Comedy Central. Yes, but it's for very different demos, isn't it? And they're at very different times. Just because they have adult commercials late at night on one network, which, you know, I would fancy aims itself at a different demo to what WWE is going for, doesn't give me any indication or hope that you're going to see anything all that risky. This is going to be PG, isn't it? It's going to be PG. I don't know how far they'll push it. That's what I'm saying. I can't wait to see it. But it's going to be within the realms of PG. It's crazy how the word sex has got so many people to wake up during this awful show. Well, it doesn't change the show. It doesn't change the show. It just hints maybe towards something. It just means there might be something that might be interesting happening on a future episode of Raw. Make sure you tune in. Don't give up yet. Anyone that's like, I am done. I am so done with WWE. I just can't watch this. Anyone like that have just basically heard WWE telling them, okay, stick with it, because in a few weeks' time we're going to do a sex celebration with Carmella and Corey Graves. And those people are like, all right then. All right then. Nah, you're right. You've got me. Yeah, it's fine. Dad, yeah, it's me. We're covered for USA Network, yeah? We're definitely... It's not going to get switched off, no? Oh, Carmella will end the women's revolution. I wonder if the celebration will be in the video game. Yes. Got a button bash. That makes Corey thrust. Go for the boob. Yeah. The boob. Oh, yeah, this is going good. That's the wrestling game I want to play. Okay, we've got satisfaction up to 90%. Here we go. Left boob, left boob, left boob. Yeah, doing good. Right boob. Got to show both the same amount of attention. Don't have favourites. Right boob. Here we go. We're building up. 90%. This is weird. Even I think this is too far. And why is there even a controller here? Like, where has this even come from? Right. Oh, God. The Edge segment will be last, so I'm assuming it's going to be something big that's going to happen. God, imagine if it isn't. Imagine if it isn't. Imagine if Edge issues this challenge. And out walks flipping Drew Gulak. Imagine. Just imagine. He's heating up. Boom shakalaka. From downtown. He's on fire. Hadouken. Mania card looks poop, says Cocaine. Why did the gym close down? It just didn't work out, says AJ. That's good. That's good. Cliff said, peace out, Days. I can't watch this anymore. I'll see you next time. Cliff. You stay strong. You stay strong, Cliff. Guys, I'm going to start a WWE support program whereby anyone that's struggling with the current program can jump onto a live stream, and we're just going to talk about, you know, our favourite memories and hopes for the future. In fact, I kind of feel like that's what the streams have become. Come on. It's not been a great show, but there's still time to save it. We got 50 minutes. Might get 50 minutes of gold here. I think I'm a little bit different to other fans out there. I do expect Orton tried to get his foot on the rope. He couldn't get there. I think there's a botch. Look, Orton's referee is on his thing. I think Orton's injured. I think Orton's in trouble here. Yeah, I think we've got a problem here. Look, Riddle is talking to Randy. Randy's down. I don't think this was meant to go that way. Orton's... Yeah, oh, Randy looks hurt. He does, yeah. He's holding his chest here. Well, I wonder what he's done. There was no sign, but referee was straight away on. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. No. We're not even seeing a replay of that finish. Randy looks hurt. Let's go, Randy. Randy got the smoke. Dana and Reggie versus Carmella and Corey versus Tozawa and Tamina. Killer Shock said he's acting. Dunno. Didn't seem it. Broken rib. It looks the ending looked very sloppy. Like Randy tried to get his foot on the rope, but his foot was just a little bit too far away from it, and it was all a bit botchy, and then no one seemed to be, like, you know, Street Profits didn't burst into celebration when they won. Like, if you saw Angela Dawkins, he was like, he had his hand up as they were celebrating. Neither of them were like, yeah! They were like, kind of looking over at Randy. So it's actually not Randy's reaction that... Randy's reaction is part of it, but it's how everyone else reacts around him that makes you go, that looks serious. That didn't look good. No replay on the finish either. The replay we got was from earlier in the night. No replay for the finish of that match. So there's just a few little things you look at, you go, that doesn't look good. Is he actually hurt? I think he was hurt, yeah. I mean, we don't know 100%, but I think he was hurt. He could have displaced or moved his hip out of place. I feel like it was here. Looked like he came down across his face. I think it was legit. The ref was right over. Profits stopped playing to the crowds. Dawkins pushed Orton's leg off the bottom ropes. Maybe that was the finish, but Randy injured himself during it. Montez landed the frog splash on Orton's head shoulder. I think he's done his shoulder again. Looked cool. Montez stupid afterwards. The refs usually signal when there's injuries. Not always. Sometimes they do if they need immediate attention. But don't forget, he has got a little thing as well. So actually, rather than doing that, he went straight onto his thing, talking. So the referee was straight on to communicating to Gorilla. So he doesn't need to do that. He can get a message that way. Another little commercial for Corey and Carmella. Now on YouTube. I wonder if this is all a precursor to that segment they want to do. I wonder if that's the only reason they're doing it. Because if they wanted to do it as a proper show, like, wouldn't they have negotiated it with the network and all of that? Instead, it's just on YouTube. So I wonder if they're like, look, let's do the sex celebration thing, but we need to get across, like, how loved up you two are. So in order to do that, how about we do a little YouTube series? I wonder if this only exists for the sex celebration thing. Because it's a weird show to put on YouTube. It's not. I really can't think of another show like this that went on YouTube. You know, Total Bellas, Total Divas, Ms. and Mrs. all went onto network TV. These two, just a YouTube special. 2 episodes dropped today, and each episode's like 10 minutes long. So even though they're showing it and hyping it, it might just be, 6 episodes, and it might just be a way to build up to that segment or something. If WWE is not going to push Finn Balor, why give him the title opportunity? What's the future for Finn? Don't know, dude. Really don't know. Don't know what they're going to do. I mean, we'll get a better idea once we're done, once we know how the match goes tonight. I mean, we're only 45 minutes away from the end of the show. Justin says, went back, watched it. The frog splash landed on Randy's right shoulder, and you can see him favoring it. This angle could be the way that we get Corey's in-ring return. That's a really good point. That's a really good point, because there's been a lot of talk about him coming back, isn't it? That's a really good point. Yeah. Yeah, this could be a way of bringing him back. Killer Shock said, green shirt guy should be inducted into the Hall of Fame. What a legend. I saw a report that Corey and Carmella both want to recreate the Edge Leader segment. Daniel said, I left at halftime. How has it been since? I would say no change, to be honest. I would say no change. I mean, we just had Street Profits, RK Bro. Before that, we had the Mysterios against Hurt Business. There's been so many tag matches tonight. Is there like another show happening somewhere that's got like Bobby Lashley? Well, Bobby Lashley's injured, isn't he? Alexa's out. I don't know. Is everyone just injured or something right now? What's going on? Where's Austin Theory? Where's AJ Styles? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe he's coming out later with Edge. Corey was so talented, it sucks that he's got a career-ending injury. I would like to see Finn win the championship tonight, says BMS. Well, about 40-odd minutes to go. WWE just tweeted about the tag team match at WrestleMania being title for title versus the Usos. Do you think they're going to unify all the belts? Here's Via. I mean, I don't. I don't think they're going to have like one belt after for any of them. Look, this is a new one, man. He's running down the corridor. Via is coming to Raw! Yeah! At least they're doing something new with him. Via running down the corridor now. Well, there we go. At least we got Via. Via is coming. What if there's the sex celebration and Via interrupts it? That'd be a good way of debuting him. Have him. Although the thing is, people will love Via, but anyone that interrupts the live sex celebration is going to be a heel. Anyone that interrupts that segment is going to be the biggest heel in WWE. Like, you need Logan Paul to interrupt it, really. Let's go, Via. I promise you, Via will lose his first match on the Raw after Mania. Via is still coming to Raw. Once my father came home, found me in front of a roaring fire. That made my father very mad as we didn't have a fireplace. Victor Borge. What's going on? What's happening? Are we having to, like, provide our own entertainment now? We've got Roman. He is 100% debuting after WrestleMania, says Jessen. Via will be chasing the 24/7 championship. Moldy said, what if Carmella instantly gets pregnant from the celebration and she gives birth to Via and that's his debut? I mean, that seems perfect to me. I don't think that you could write a better debut. You're going to have to do the whole thing PG, though. You can't go showing Carmella's foo-foo on TV. Just saying. Just saying. Right, we've got a little advert for SmackDown. Why not just bring in Jake Paul and make it even? Match of all time. Biggest WrestleMania match of all time. It comes to something when you have to actually say that. Guys. Shut up. This is the biggest WrestleMania match of all time. No, it isn't. Shut up. It is. No, it's not. It's not even in the top 5. I don't even know if it's in the top 10. No, shut up. It is. We've written it on the actual poster. It is. Biggest WrestleMania match of all time. Bigger than the first ever WrestleMania main event. Bigger than Andre and Hogan. Bigger than The Rock versus Hogan. Bigger than The Rock versus John Cena. It's bigger. It's bigger. It's bigger. I just don't even know anymore. I don't know what's happening. I want to see Carmella's boo-boo. What's a boo-boo? Listen, I don't know what a boo-boo is, but it sounds filthy. You should be ashamed. WWE have dug themselves a hole. They have, because didn't Paul Heyman say it's the biggest match of all time and he got booed? Like, I don't really understand. I don't understand. They're saying to the fans it's the biggest match of all time, and the fans are obviously going, no, it isn't. Why don't they learn? They tried to shove Roman down our throats, and it didn't work. Now, they finally got Roman where they want him to be. And now they're saying it's the biggest thing of all time. It's all to appeal to the casuals. All to appeal to the casuals. And it might even work. You know, there's going to be casuals that tune in. They're like, what's happening at WrestleMania? Oh, my God, the biggest match of all time. Wow. Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar. Wow, I mean, Brock Lesnar, that's... Yeah, biggest match of all time. Wow, it seems like a good WrestleMania this year. Like, that's what's happening in casual land. In hardcore watch every week land, we're going, what? Biggest of all time? What? Jeez. Roman versus Brock is going to be a very good car match. Who do you think will face Edge at WrestleMania? AJ. Zach Plays Games said, winner takes all match for the NXT, WWE, and Universal. That was a joke. Hollywood Guy. Hello, dude. Hope you're well. Days, do you think this so-called unification will happen? I don't think so. Fox USA won't allow it. I think it will happen, but I think it won't stay that way for long. And I said before, a unification doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be one belt after WrestleMania. Again, I used the AJ, Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury boxing match as an example. You know, Anthony Joshua had a load of boxing heavyweight belts, and the other boxing heavyweight belts belonged to Tyson Fury. They were meant to meet each other in what was billed as a unification match, but that didn't mean that the champion would have just one belt after. It just meant that one person would have all of the belts. And that's kind of what this is. You know, Brock versus Roman, whoever wins will have both of the world titles, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're then going to just have one belt going forward. So them calling it a unification match makes sense because someone is seemingly going to leave with both belts. So you can call it that, but I wouldn't expect it to stay that way for long. You know, it might be even the next night on SmackDown, Roman might be like, I've got no interest in, you know, doubling my workload. I'm quite happy here on SmackDown. This is my show, which is why I'm relinquishing this. I don't need this. I just didn't want Brock to have this. And then he might just give it up, and then they'll do something on Raw where they try and crown a new champion. So I could see it going that way, to be honest. But Hollywood Guy, shout out to you. Matthew said, did Liv, Rhea, and Bianca win? Also, nothing could stop Liv. She's all the way up. I don't even know what that means. Did they win? Yeah, they did. The build-up to Andre Hogan will never be duplicated. Oh, here we go. It's Austin Theory. I feel like I'm in the minority for wanting the unification, seeing as the US and IC titles are currently just belts and not championships. Just hearing Austin Theory talking to Vince. Austin Theory's got, like, Wolverine attire. I think it's Wolverine attire. Austin Theory saying he's got Vince's back. Austin Theory looking at the pencil, looking at the eraser. WWE Wrestling Zombie Horror Movie. There was a zombie horror movie, actually. I can't remember who did it, but there was. I've seen a wrestling zombie movie. I heard WWE are making a build for Austin Theory to be the next John Cena, says Adam. Killer Shark said Austin Theory is the future of WWE. Right, hang on, we're underway. We're back with Balor, Damian Priest. For the United States Championship. Damian Priest in the ring. Which way? Do you know, we should do a quick poll, shouldn't we, actually? And there we go. Vince looks ill. Right, United States Championship. The pencil has more Raw moments than Via. Right, bell has sounded. We've got half an hour left to go. Who do you think will step up to face Brock at MSG? No idea. I don't think it'll matter anyway, because I expect Brock to retain. If Gable wasn't a face and solo competitor, is he going to be good? If Gable was a face and solo competitor, is he going to be good? Who? Gable Steveson. I mean, he's a great wrestler, but we don't know what he's like as a professional wrestler. So he's going to need protecting. He's going to have to be in a lot of tag matches and all that kind of stuff as he finds his feet. So I wouldn't expect much at the start. Back elbow by Damian Priest. What do you think about John Cena, Seth Rollins? Yeah, I mean, we've seen that match before. I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that at all. He's got Damian Priest down to one knee. Outside interference, it's Cody, triple threat for Mania. Vince said Finn will be in the mid-card for the time being. Vince looks ill because he's watching Raw. Are we all in agreement Montez Ford overdoes his frog splash with how he lands, getting too excited, and now hurts his opponent's head and chest rather than their stomach? Yes. But I feel like we've been saying this for as long as he's been doing that frog splash. Like, this is nothing new. We've been saying this for so flipping long. Why would you do a finishing move that causes you arguably more pain than your opponent? Although, maybe not even that now. Maybe now we've gone to a whole new level whereby you're now actually hurting your opponent. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, I bet Vince likes it because Montez can get, like, big air. Can get, like, really high in the air, and it looks, you know, it's on TV. It's very visually impressive. Knee to the midsection by Damian Priest. If this isn't a DQ, I will be baffled. Kick to the sides by Finn. Do you think they should bring back the old United States title back? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the new belts are better than the old belts. Although, I must admit, I was never a fan of the old US belt. I think I probably prefer the new United States belt more than the Intercontinental. But the Intercontinental, I love the old design. It's classic old design in it, so. I voted Priest, but I don't care for this match. Well, we've gone to commercial break. Justin said, I disagree. I love Montez's frog splash. You sound like a couple of haters. I am, because it sucks. He gets big air, but then comes crashing down and then doesn't pin them immediately because he's holding on to his ribs like this because he's in actual pain because the finishing move that he does causes him more pain than his opponent. Like, let's not lose sight of what this is meant to be. It's meant to be people having a fight, meant to be winning a fight. You're meant to be rooting for people to win a fight. And then Montez goes out there doing a move that causes him, you know, that level of pain when there's so many other finishing moves that they could be doing. The only reason he does it is because it's eye-catching now. You know, that might work a few times, but doing it week after week after week, it gets stale. Like, it's not... How can people still be impressed seeing it week after week after week after week after week after week after week? So, for me, I mean, like, as a one-off, as something you see a couple of times, you could go, wow, that's, you know, he's gone for it. It's not quite worked for him. Look, he's in a bit of pain, but fair play. You know, he's gone for it. I ain't got a problem with that. But doing it week after week after week after week and getting the same result again and again and again and again, whereby you can't pin your opponent straight away. I mean, surely the finishing move, you hit your finishing move and then, you know, you maximize, you get the 3 count, you know, whilst they're stunned, you get the 3 count as quick as you can. There can't be any benefit to hitting a finishing move that then results in you losing a few seconds whilst you writhe around in pain because it hurts you so much. Like, it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. And what's the upside? The upside is that he gets mad air, and it looks good, as I said, but if you watch the show on a regular basis, I've seen it. Done. I've seen it. Doesn't even register with me anymore. It doesn't impress me at all. So I mean, like, all he's doing is just, like, impressing casual fans. These shows are very heavily aimed at casual fans, aren't they? When you sit down and you pick it apart, like, they're very, 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 like, focused on those kind of casual fans. I think if you watch week after week after week, then, you know, a lot of it can get a bit stale. Wrestler with Andy said, Mania is about a month away. How soon do you think Stone Cold and Cody need to arrive if they're going to be on that event? I think they could do it any time. I mean, you could debut them on the actual show. I don't think it would matter. If Cody came walking out, if there was meant to be a match and someone got beaten up backstage and, you know, there needed to be a mystery person to have that match, you could bring Cody in that way. So I don't actually think you need to, like, bring them in or it's now or never. The thing with both of them is they're big stars. You don't need to introduce them to the crowd, really. If Cody comes out at WrestleMania and that's his debut and that's the first time we see him, it'll be fine. There might be a bit of concern from Vince. Vince might think to himself, like, people might not have watched AEW. And last time he was here, he was Stardust, so what kind of reaction is he going to get? Vince might have that thought, which is why I'm thinking that they probably will bring in Cody before WrestleMania, if they want him to do so at WrestleMania. But Stone Cold, Stone Cold, isn't he? You can just drop him straight into the show. Big strike by Damian Priest. Pele kick by Finn Balor. Fiend could return. Both guys back up on their feet. Kicks coming in by Finn. Forearm strike by Finn. Against the ropes. Kick coming in by Damian Priest. We got 22 minutes to go. Bring back the European title, says Justin. Will you stream the MSG event on Saturday? It's not being shown, to my knowledge. Gut wrench. Picking up Finn. Finn up on the shoulders of Damian Priest. Finn lands on his feet. Sling blades by Finn. Finn over in the corner. Drop kick by Finn. Damian Priest goes into the corner. Finn on the outside. Climbing up. We've got, as we said, about 20 minutes to go. Coup de grace misses. Damian Priest. Clothesline. Picks up Balor. Balor roll through. 1, 2. Kick out by Damian Priest. Big kick. Spin kick. Grabs Finn. Picks him up. Big slam. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I thought that was it, to be honest. That was a massive choke slam, and I thought that was going to be it. Today's all the new titles are in 2K22. I've got a joke. Wow, I'll let the chat enjoy that, Edward. Well, I think we're covered for jokes, where Kojiko throws in about 20 each stream. We've got Damian Priest then in the middle with Finn. Looks like he's going for the beginning of the end. Could Finn reverse this? He does. Finn reverses it. Plants Damian Priest. Balor back in the corner. Drop kick. Damian Priest is in position for the coup de grace. 58% of people think that Finn is going to get this done. And he hits coup de grace. Coup de grace by Finn. 1, 2, 3. We've got a new champ. We've got a New United States Champion Finn Balor. Yeah, I think all of our scores just went up. All of our scores just went up. No longer can we say it's taken 2 hours, 40 minutes. But no longer can we say this show was not worth watching. Finn Balor beats Damian Priest, ending Priest's so title reign for me. And hopefully Balor goes on to have a great title reign. David said, finally some respect for Finn. About time. I was completely down with that. Didn't expect it, but congrats. Finally a new champion. Damian Priest has got microphone. These people carried you to win my United States champion. Is this a heel turn? Yeah, heel turn. Heel turn. He has done it. Yeah, good. Good. So not only have we got a new champion, but maybe a new direction for Damian Priest. Excellent. Yeah, good. Really good. Really good. Let's move away from the stupid Damian and Priest thing. Cheap shot by Damian Priest. Very good. Just what he needs. He needs to be a heel. Just, you know, this is great for Finn because there's going to be a lot of sympathy for Finn. All of a sudden, this is now an interesting mid-cards title feud. This one match, this one segment has kind of fixed a few things. We've got some up for Finn. We've had a new champion. We've got a new direction for Damian Priest. Kind of like a razor's edge there. Just hurled Finn onto the commentary table. The table didn't break. Good. Good. Yeah, really good. Change his name to just Damien. This is Punishment Martinez, says James. Yeah, very good. It's it's not important, but this is the kind of segment. This is the kind of, a new champion, a new direction for Damian Priest. A bit of excitement. That can skew scores. I'm going to bear in mind the rest of this show was not good at all. Or just just boring. But that definitely boosts scores. Did Finn win? He did. Yeah, Finn did win. Anita, shout out to you. Toby, good night. Good match, well deserved. Who is answering Edge? Go straight out to a kid. Let's have a look. Let's see what people are thinking. Who will Edge face? Will he face Cody? Will he face AJ? They seem to be the two, don't they? They seem to be the two, Cody and AJ. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that it could be. I mean, it ain't going to be Seth or Kevin Owens, is it? It's going to be Styles. It's going to be Styles. It's going to be AJ. It's going to be Stardust. It's going to be Via. It'll be AJ. Let's just ask the question. I put Via in for lols. Wrestling has more than one royal family. It'll be AJ. Hardy. Via. That was a great segment. Surprise heel turn, new champion. Goldberg. AJ. Well, had 111 votes. Just tuned in. Doesn't seem like a mismatch. Well, last segment was really good, actually. Last segment was really good. Hope it's AJ. Where is the Universal Champion? He is on SmackDown. Should have put Priest Balor in the vote, as he mentioned them both in his promo last week. Yeah, but I think they're in a collision course with each other. I mean, I can't see it being revealed now that it's going to be one of those two that we just saw. I mean, if you think it's going to be, then vote other. But I don't think it will be, personally. I think Finn and Damian Priest are going up against each other and having a rematch. I think that's going to be a feud. To tell the truth, the heel turn might have saved his career. I've been a fan of him since he was Punishment Martinez in 2010s, but I loved his babyface run as Damian Priest. Is AJ really bigger than a title change? Well, I suppose Edge versus AJ is... I don't know. It's a good point. It's a good point. Is that bigger than a title change if AJ comes walking out now? But I think people would be more excited for Edge's match at WrestleMania than they would Damian Priest, Finn Balor for the mid-card belt, you know. So I guess they're thinking Edge is the biggest star out of those four. And as a result, his match is going to mean a lot more. Manav said it'll be Randy Orton. Luca said, if it's Cody, then oh my God. 270 votes. Let's have a look, see what people are thinking. So 25% say Cody, 56% say AJ, 12% said Via, 6% say other. I think that 12% is living in hope. But yeah, we'll see. Has Carmella made an appearance? We saw her backstage. She was backstage. So, I don't think it'll be Carmella. I hope it is. That'd be wild. Right, we're about to go back. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. That's what we've got. Demon versus Damian at WrestleMania should be cool. Obviously, no DQ. That would be cool. Yep. I'd take that. I would take that. Demon versus Damian for the United States Championship. Right, here we go. We're going back. That was our last break. I'm surprised Alexa wasn't there. There he is, Edge in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say, shall we? Imagine if this is Cody. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Time for someone to step up. Mm-hmm. My road to WrestleMania gets a lot clearer tonight. Do you want to see it? So Edge saying, someone step up. We've got plenty of time. We've got about 10 minutes to go here. Edge asking someone to step up, asking for someone to come out. And Edge said, are you kidding me? What has happened to this place? I mean, in all fairness, a few of us have asked that tonight. It is AJ Styles. David, shout out to you. Keep it up. They don't want none. They don't want none. David Smith, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. AJ Styles. Redneck. Nope. 56% of you were correct. Correctamundo. AJ, Edge, got to know that when Edge came back, this was the match he wanted. They don't want none. Got to do a bit of work with AJ. He's been stuck with the Moss so much. He just doesn't feel like he's a massive star. I'm totally fine with this, but he's struggling a little bit for me at the moment because he's been lumbered with the Moss. Like, we need a good build here. AJ said he accepts. Yeah. Edge said, I've wanted this match for a long time. You've wanted this for a long time. Yes. Yes. Edge says, I want the Bulldog AJ. I don't want the guy that's been playing tag team Bish with the Moss. Good line. Good line. Ooh, went to shake AJ's hand and then smacked him in the head. Edge fired up, unleashing on AJ. That was a little bit out of nowhere. It's a little bit unprovoked. David Smith said it's going to be AJ versus Edge at WrestleMania 38. It is indeed. Dude, really appreciate the support. That's very, very kind. So, David Smith, shout out to you. Announcing to the community what some might not have seen. It is AJ versus Edge at WrestleMania 38. And Edge jumping AJ and going for a bit of a low blow there. Is Edge channeling a little bit of his heel side here? Why would he be doing that? Is Edge doing this to try and help AJ get back up and running again? Getting the crowd to cheer for AJ. Make AJ the underdog. I'll tell you what, if that is, that's very kind of Edge if it is. There's a glazed look over the eyes of Edge. Boos are raining down. Boos are raining. Isn't that amazing how, really hasn't done much there? And that's enough for him to get booed? Isn't that amazing? He's getting booed. I mean, are these piped in boos? These are loud boos. Are these piped in? Because he didn't really do much. He jumped him and there was a low blow. And he's debating now as to whether he should go back. He's left AJ lying. He's going to do a concerto, is he? I think he is, yeah. Yeah. Concerto, piped in boos. Look, there's people cheering. We were hearing boos, and then in the background he's gone to grab chairs. There's people going, yeah, woo, concerto, 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 concerto. F him up, F him up, F him up. This is awesome. This is awesome. Cheers forever. Cheers forever. And all we can hear is boo! Boo! You're a disgrace! Why, Edge? Why? There's no need for this. Something to do in it. Something to do. Got a bit of time to kill. Edge is fighting with his Damien side. He's snapped for no reason. What's going on at home? Hey? How's Beth? How's the kids? Is everything all right? What has he done to AJ? Has he killed AJ? AJ has not moved. AJ hasn't moved. And he concertos him. It's heinous. This is heinous. But do you know what it is? Actual storyline. That's what it is. For 2.5 hours, we had a house show. And then this last half an hour, we've had a new champion. We've had Damian Priest turn. We've had AJ answer the challenge. We've had Edge turn heel. I think what happened was WWE Creative managed to write a Raw script that was half an hour long. I swear to God, I think that's what happened. They've written a script, or maybe they lost half of it. They lost most of it, but they were like, well, we've got the ending. Can we just fill till we get to the last half an hour? David said, what is Edge doing to AJ? He's smacking him in the head with a chair. Concerto. So there's a chair on the ground. He's got AJ's head on top of it, and then he's just couple of times smacking it. He's turned heel. Full on heel. Call 911. Beth put him in timeout, so he's unleashing his anger. Beth has made him do the washing up all last week, and he's had enough. He's had enough. Their dishwasher's broken. He's had to do the washing up all week. He's absolutely livid. And now he's taking it out on AJ Styles. Old school Edge is back. Right. Can I tell you, I am not forgetting the 2.5 hours I had to sit through. I'm not doing it. Right? I'm not doing it. I'm not forgetting that. So I'm going to go with I'm going to go with that. I think that is very, very fair. So I've already put mine in. 2.5 hours of rubbish, nothingness, bland, boring, horrible, wasn't enjoying it, couldn't have fun with it, couldn't find anything interesting. It's just, honestly, one of the shows I've probably struggled to watch ever. I just cannot remember a Raw for a while, actually, that was as bland, as pointless, as boring as what this one was. And then the last half an hour was brilliant. And for some out there, it'll take the score up. And whatever your score comes out as, then fair play. For me, I'm not really going to look past the fact they made me sit here for 2.5 hours and didn't give me anything. What do you score WWE Raw? 8 to 10. 7 to 7.5. 6 to 6.75. 5.75 or below. Boom. Killer Shot, shout out to you. Johnny, 100,000% no. Never, Johnny, ever been more certain of anything in my life. 7 out of 10, no. Alexa for 2 weeks. Tomorrow is the best show ever. NXT 2.0, says Shaquem. Is AJ dead? He hasn't moved. I hope this heel turn for Edge has a heck of an explanation, says Jim. Big Boy Dally says 9 out of 10. Amazing Raw. Really enjoyed tonight. Sean says 8. Rashawn said 5.5. Ledge Killer says 5. James said 6.5. I've got my dream match. What was your worst rating for Raw? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we've ever had a 0. I feel like there might be one out there that was down in like a 2 or a 3, and that's where I was. Swerve by giving his score first once. Last hour saved the show, says David. Hayden says 5.5. John says 5. Bunker said 4.9. Blissful Stars said 0. No Alexa. Let him in said 5. Sean said, I've been a fan since the 80s. So 8 out of 10. Sandra says 2. Alan said, does this make AJ babyface? Yes. Yeah, it will, surely, yeah. I mean, they won't do heel. Surely. There's so much sympathy for AJ now, yeah. I like it. I really like that. Days gave Raw a 3 once. We were right there. This was right there. We were right there. Killer Shot said, thanks for shouting me out. No worries. Edge versus AJ saved WrestleMania. Killer Shark says, I give it a solid 7. Raw was bad, but I didn't watch it. Minus 10. 5.5 from Hayden. Pat said there were some low-rated Raws when Raw Underground was a thing. Are we going to get Cody? Well, not now. The show has finished. Take care, everyone. The show was a bit too long. Who's the opponent of Edge? AJ. Trey said 5-5. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, buds. Kind of feel like, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of 5.5s and everything. I don't know what the chat's at. Sometimes this is like the 8 to 10 does fairly well, but 5.75 or below, to be honest, is winning. Which, do you know what? I honestly cannot remember. I don't know. You might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if 5.75 or below has ever won the poll. I don't know if it's ever won the poll. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't remember it. Right now, 8 to 10, 20%. 7 to 7.75, 17%. That's the lowest. 6 to 6.75, 24%. That's the second highest. And then 5.75 or below, 39% at the moment. So at the moment, 5.75 is the highest. The next highest is 6 to 6.75. And then people are really torn on the 7 to 7.5 and the 8 to 10. People are kind of split between that. Connor, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the kind words. I just wish we could have found a way of making the first part of the show fun. I really do. I couldn't see it. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find anything that we could have fun with. Like, you know, the crowd were awful tonight. The crowd was so awful. They were just so quiet. So quiet. And I think a large part of those reactions we were getting were fake, to be honest. I really do. I think there was a lot of piped-in crowd noise. We also need to find out if Randy's all right after that botch, after that frog splash thing. Matthew said, the reason Alexa wasn't at Columbus is because she's getting married. Selfish. Jilly said the show sucked. They passed the point to save it. That's fair. I think for me, they got to a point, though, where they could at least get a respectable score. I feel that 5s are respectable. Well, they're not brilliant. But, you know, we're not down in the 3s or anything. I mean, I didn't know where we were going. I really didn't. I didn't know where we were going. The slow limp to WrestleMania continues. I mean, look, if you tuned in to the final half an hour, I think you were really entertained. A brand new champion, a heel turn for Damian Priest that's going to really help him. AJ confirmed as the opponent for Edge, and then didn't see the Edge turn coming. Did not see the Edge turn coming, but, you know, an Edge heel turn. I do agree with Jim, like, you know, need to get that explained as to why has he done it, but I'm sure we will. But I've said before, with these Raws, I always think to myself, is there anything here that is going to be used in the video package? Is there anything here that I'm watching that when we get to the match at WrestleMania, will they be showing any of this in the video package? I feel like there was a chance that the hair whips from Bianca might be shown. So that felt, I mean, like the marks on Becky's body, I felt like that was a moment I had written down earlier. The hair whip is actually the first positive point I had from earlier. So I kind of felt that might. And then, honestly, I mean, I really can't think of anything other than the last half an hour, which really, really, as we say, saved the show. I would say 2.5 of this is probably to do with the last half an hour. 2 to 2.5. Yeah, really saved the show, that last half hour for me. I saw the Priest turn come in. Now, Demon versus Damian. Alexa's wedding should have been the main event tonight. Bianca's hair whip was amazing, not going to lie. William said, I think the Raw writers just said, F it, let's go for tacos. I've seen every Raw. This was the worst. -10. Sonny said, I can't find a good song that goes well with my voice. Well, I told you what you should do. I don't know why you don't just listen to Uncle Dave's. Pat said he's done it to motivate AJ. Makes sense after what he said in his promo. Don't know. There's motivating and then there's trying to outright break someone's neck. I mean, doing those kind of concertos, you know, low blow or cheap shot in, you know, to light a fire, then I would agree. But I think going the length that he's gone to says to me he actually snapped. I don't think that is to light a fire in AJ. I think he just outright snapped. He seemed to really be struggling with himself as well. Like, there seems to be, like, now Edge has got psychological issues. So we'll see. What about the kissing and that lip lock, says Bananas and Grapes. I mean, it's 24/7. The positives I had written down: hair whip. I like Nikki's fist thing. That made me laugh, but I mean, I don't really know how much that can influence the score. Dana Brooke, the 24/7 stuff. I mean, again, I don't really understand it because, as we said at the time, Dana and Reggie were off with each other, and then he was a douche to her, and now she's kissing him. So I don't know. Is there a little story there where she's got feelings for him? It's something to keep an eye on, but again, it ain't gonna influence my score all that much. We're really scrambling around in the dirt to try and find things that we took from the show. That we literally talk about the only moments that made me laugh or smile. But it was still something that, got a reaction out of me. Mrs. promo was decent. I thought his promo was decent. Good to see Ciampa on the show. And that was it. And then, the final half an hour. So, really, nothing major. I think the hair whip's probably the biggest thing. And that is, and then, as you said, the last half an hour. AJ was too good for him, so he low-blowed. Pat said a broken neck is motivation in pro wrestling. Right, we've had 310 votes. 310 votes. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see what you lot have voted on. If this has won 575, I genuinely can't remember 575 winning before. Yeah, it has, and by a landslide as well. 5.75 or below, 36%. 6 to 675, 23%. 8 to 10, 20%. 7 to 75, 19%. So, in all fairness, 6 to 675, 8 to 10, 7 to 775, very close. Not much in them. One got 23, the other got 20, the other got 19. So, very close. People were split on those ones. But the outright winner, 575 or below by 36%. So, I wonder why. I wonder why they do it. Why were they not able to give us storyline development, Why? I can understand them giving us a segment to try and promote next week's title match between Alpha Academy and RK Bro and all that. But shouldn't that have just been a segment? I mean, we had a Kevin Owens show. We then had a match between Alpha Academy and Kevin Owens and Seth. And then we had Street Profits against RK Bro as a separate match. So it sort of feels like that got 3 segments tonight. I mean, that is a lot to stretch out of, we're going to get that match next week. It's for the title. So I just kind of feel like you could have done all of that in one segment. Just done a Kevin Owens show with all 3 teams. Fine. You want to build it for next week. Totally get it. Fine. But then you could have used that time to have done something else and told a different story. Perhaps they're a bit light. Perhaps there's an injury problem. Perhaps they're just a little bit light and there's just not that many people around. I don't know. I mean, in all fairness, it comes to something when you have to use the 24/7 people in an actual match. Do you know what I mean? Normally, that's just like a little backstage thing, isn't it? So perhaps this is a show that has struggled because there's a lot of injuries and there's people just not available this week. And so, they've looked at it and gone, but then that's their own fault. They've let go how many wrestlers? They've let go so many people that now they've had a few injuries and now they're, potentially struggling. I wonder if that's why I wonder if there's been a bit of a need to go and get celebrities for that reason as well. Because, there's a lack of star power, because there's just not as many, there's no Bray, there's no Braun. Carrey and Cross obviously got released. Keith Lee got released. Samoa Joe's obviously gone. Jeff Hardy's gone. I wonder if all of this has come back to bite them, and that's why we've ended up with a show that we've got. I wonder. There's no Andre Battle Royal at WrestleMania. Is there not? Really? Daniel said, news is coming out that Cain Velasquez has been involved in a shooting. No words on if he was shot or if he was the person shooting. One person is in hospital. Jeez. I think Mexico is very rough, and I don't know. I don't know. I hope he's all right. I'm just presuming that's happened in Mexico, but that's awful news. Cain Velasquez, legend. They're lazy, says Robin. Big T said, it's an accumulation of everything. It's a lack of storytelling. It's injuries. It's a lack of star power. They don't have the star power they used to have for 3 hours, and it does not captivate the audience. Days, will Randy eventually turn on Riddle before Mania? I think so. I think so. WWE need to rehire Shane. It'd be funny if each week a new challenger for Edge appeared. He attacks them, leaves them out, and then there's a WrestleMania match between them all, says Shoggoth. It doesn't feel like WrestleMania season so far, says Philip. Pat, shout out to you, dudes. Kevin fears that this will be the worst WrestleMania ever. It's interesting, Kyle O'Reilly made 2K22, but Cole and Fish haven't. Cole and Fish, I think, went before Kyle, didn't they? But not by much, but maybe that was just the cutoff point. Maybe that was just the cutoff point. I'll be at Raw next week, because I was supposed to go to SmackDown, but it moved to Raw. Have fun. Are you watching Liverpool Norwich? Yes, but tomorrow is Man City Peterborough. WWE doesn't care how good the show is. They just want people to tune in to watch. Pat, shout out to you. Fiend and Bray were huge draws, especially as Braun was one of the best big men in modern WWE, and Bray had a unique gimmick. Hayden, shout out to you, dude. Fiend is better than WrestleMania 38, says Horatio Mind. Dylan, shout out to you. Yeah, I think we're done. I mean, honestly, I wish we could have done more with this show. I wish we could have found a way of making it more enjoyable. I couldn't find it. I really couldn't. For those first few hours in particular, I just could not find... I just couldn't get going. The show just never got going for me. I think that's a real problem, If the show opens and that opening segment doesn't grab you, I think then you're like, okay, come on. Like you try to get into it. I was trying to get into it. I just couldn't find a way into the show. Got there in the end. As we said, there's been a lot of criticism of tonight's show, but nothing but praise for the end for me. I do agree. Like Edge, went a bit far, but I'm intrigued to see why, and I'd like to hear from his side. So there's a bit of intrigue there. I'm not going to be down on how far he went until I hear why. Why did he snap? Why did he go that far? What was it? What was it? Built up frustration? What was it? I'm interested to find out. So, I don't mind that. I like AJ being his opponent. That's going to be a great match. I think the fact that he has turned and beat him up is brilliant for AJ. Because, like I said just before they started doing the promos, I was like, I wish this felt a bit bigger, but because AJ has been with the Moss, AJ doesn't feel like as big of a star as he has been. He has taken a knock. Him being in that tag team for a while was a problem. I mean, he's not been challenging for title. I know it's AJ, but just it doesn't feel like as big as what it could have. And it was really interesting to hear Edge say that in his promo. Give me the Bulldog. I don't want that guy that's been with Amos for the past year in a stupid tag team. Give me the Bulldog. And, it was good that was kind of touched upon. And then I think the fact that he's just unleashed on him and beaten him up, means now there's a lot of sympathy for AJ, a lot of intrigue into why has Edge done this. And it's taken a turn that I did not see coming. So, yeah, I don't mind it. I really don't mind what happened with all of that. I'm on board. And then, as we said, new champion. Brilliant. Finn Balor as champion. Cool. That means we see him on a regular basis. It also means Damian Priest isn't champion anymore, which is good because I wasn't really into his title reign. But not only that, they turned him heel, which now means that, we've got a new interesting direction to take Damian Priest. So, brilliant. So, those two segments in particular, really, really, really good. Really, really good. So, we'll see. We'll see where it all leads. But, yeah, it is what it is. We move on. We're back again tomorrow for NXT 2.0. Really appreciate the support. Really appreciate you guys joining us and sharing your thoughts about the show tonight. And as we said, we're back tomorrow for NXT. We've got Wrestling Escape Pod, obviously the hour before NXT, and it is Wep Idol. Some of our community members are going to be singing songs to try and be crowned the first ever Wep Idol, so that should be fun. That's over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. That is 6 Eastern. 11 UK time. So we'll do that, and then we'll jump over to our NXT stream. There is also the FA Cup match that we're doing tomorrow as well. So busy day tomorrow. But yeah, we've got NXT, we've got AEW, obviously SmackDown, UFC at the weekend, UFC press conference. It's a busy week, actually. There's a lot coming up this week, so plenty to look forward to. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, and hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.